I guess we're live. Good afternoon, everybody. Um, I'm about to sneeze. There, they went away. Joe Rogan is saying that Kamala Harris is going to win. Apparently, that he's saying that. I didn't hear him say it. I just watched President Trump speak to the, I think it's called the Association of Black Journalists. I can't find the name. Anyway, he really walked into it. I think he could have done better with his answers, but he couldn't hear the questions, and they basically, I think, misrepresented the facts. So he did they started late, ended it early, and accused him of things. So you'll have to get in that. I thought it was great that he showed up, but whatever. All right. I wish he had picked Byron Donalds. He wouldn't be having this problem. Okay, let's look at some of these scores around the league. Finger motion is up. It's very hard to. I'm very stubborn. I keep thinking I can still read things. Fingers at 218, up 5 cents. There's some movement across the board. A lot of green. Let's see. Somebody sent me the same news story on Logic that we've read about. Logic is 0.0175 to 0.029. I continue. I mean, the news is all good, but I guess news doesn't matter when they're shorting. But I still believe that has a future. At the risk of getting questions, GTII has 0 bid, 0 ask. Last trade is 0.06. Please do not trade GTII. If you have a reason that you think makes sense to buy it, to average, get your cost basis down because you believe that there might be hope. Well, okay, but don't trade it. Do not trade it. I think that stock, they, like most stocks, they have it under control. Well, I think it is 1 cent, Doug. The bid is 0, the ask is 0. We don't know what it is, but I'm almost certain the bid is probably under a penny and the ask is probably 9 cents. But we don't know. when they get everything working in their favor, we just don't know. All right, I'm going to. It's now 3:25. I'm just going to read quickly a July 31st editorial by Peter Schiff. Now, I'm not a I don't know. I'm not a devotee of Peter Schiff. I do listen to him from time to time. His point of view is more congruent with mine now than it was years ago. So I'm more comfortable listening to him. But Anyway, let's see what he says. Gold's Power When It All Goes Down by Peter Schiff, July 31, today. Society's linear march forward is used to justify numerous seemingly innocuous lifestyle choices. It's not the strongest opening line I've ever read. The assumption that the way things have been is the way they will continue to be is the unquestionable tenet at the root of a carefree ideology that can lead to horrid unintended consequences when it all goes down. That's a much better sentence, and it's exactly the kind of thing that I'm trying to get across to everybody. People in developed Western countries, particularly over the last 80 years, if we count it back, so you go back to the turn of the century and then you go back 60 years, so you're talking about the 40s. So I suppose you're talking about Bretton Woods. That must be, or the end of World War II. But you're talking maybe about Bretton Woods, and you're talking about the United States being the arsenal of democracy and the world's industrial engine and financial powerhouse. Okay, so people in developed Western countries, particularly in the past 80 years, have experienced a level of stability and growth that has rarely been seen. This extremely small sample size of history has led many to bank on the success of their country as a grounding point for all their predictions of the future. A small dive into the past could show that most nations fail or have changes of ownership fairly often. Nothing in the world is certain, but governments are particularly frail. I agree with it. I think he's spot on. While governments in general should not be given our blind faith, we should be particularly wary of governments that seem to fit into historical patterns of pre-failure. The classic arc of strength to moral laxity and decadence to destruction. So that's the arc. Strength, laxity, decadence, and then destruction is one to be particularly wary of because of how many times it has occurred. Americans and Western Europeans with eyes to see could have very easily noticed how many boxes we check off when it comes to this particular type of societal degradation. We seem to mirror the fall of Rome, in particular, with great accuracy. The general carefree spirit of the enlightened world citizen causes little reflection when choosing investments. The only question that is asked is, quote, in the circumstances of the recent past, which investments and type of investments have gained the most in value, unquote. Stocks typically do well when individuals ask such a question. The gains of all stocks lose some luster when they are multiplied by the probability of societal collapse. I didn't read this before I came on, but if you can hear what I'm warning about myself, what's coming is big. Now, I don't think it's coming tomorrow. I think we're going to have plenty of time to make changes and prepare. But this idea that we can spend the next months pointing fingers, oh, GTII, 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 COSM, COSM, MULN, MMAT, MMTLP. We can just do that. I would suggest we should do that. I mean, we should do all of that. But if that's all we do, we're avoiding what's coming. And what's coming is going to be a generational cataclysm. Life will be good. The sun will shine, birds will sing, puppy dogs will wag their tails. And with the right attitude, friendships will endure. The punishment for seeking the highest possible return will be meted out on the judgment day when returns become meaningless in comparison to food and water. And this is something I've been trying, and it keeps me up at night. And one of the reasons I bought my house where I did, and I feel so stressed now that I don't own it, is you can build a small, and I did. They used to call me the mayor because I knew everybody. You build a community, you know people, you know your house, you know how it's safe, you know your neighbors. But these things, food and water, wealth is not the black and white that they put on your statement that you receive in the mail, or when you click on your computer, it pops up and you go, oh, I have $125,000 in my account. That's not wealth. It's not going to be wealth. Wealth is going to be that you don't have the pressures of slavery. In other words, interest on debt, that you don't have debt, that maybe you have a job and skills that will survive a crash landing in the economy, which I don't know when it comes, next year, maybe it's 2030. But a Great Depression is coming. And cash, dollars, which dollars are an asset class too. Dollars, I think, are going to go up initially. But I think you have to use your dollars as what they are, what money is, a store of value, something that people readily exchange for goods. And in my case, my argument is for gold. I've got to point out platinum, even though I don't know anything really about platinum, and silver. These are the things that'll get you through. Human beings only have, and animals only have so much energy to expend during a panic. And the panic can be brutal unless you have your hideaway financially, friends, where you live, and you get through it. On the other side, anger dissipates. Maybe it pops up once in a while, but there's the long, slow realization that this is depressing and life has changed. But if you're able to maybe not aim to be rich in dollars terms, but to protect your relative financial strength, your relative independence, your relative financial superiority to most of the people in the world, by getting into something that will carry you through the panic, and on the other side might allow you to buy assets that you know what to do with. For example, you might have 1,000 ounces of gold, or that's a lot. I know that's a lot. Call it 100 ounces of gold, which is also a lot. But on the other side of whatever comes, you might be able to buy a large apartment building with 100 units. And you know how to buy it. You know how to do the work a super would do. And you can paint change the bathrooms out and charge rent. I don't know. I made that one up, but it's going to be things like that. Buy an apple orchid or orchard. God, or buy a car dealership, or buy buy the corner grocery store. But anyway, think in terms of where you want to be, what's meaningful to you. Don't buy and hold anymore. Don't believe what Wall Street has in your account really is worth anything, because if we've learned anything over the last 2 or 3 years, Wall Street's all fraud. It's all fraud. It's just all fraud. And um, uh, all right. And when the panic hits Wall Street, it's your account's going to evaporate, the value in your account. Not everything. Not everything. Anyway, let's go on without my common tree. Common tree. So the last sentence I read to you: the punishment for seeking the highest return possible will be meted out on the judgment day, when returns on investments become meaningless in comparison to the need to find food and water. If society were to fall apart, most lucrative investments would be quick to disappear. Our society's progression of wealth is primarily based on the fact that we have an incredible degree of specialization. The amount of communication and shipping needed to sustain this is not durable. He says it's not durable to the problems presented by any sort of collapse. The systems of commerce that we currently know are finely tuned and designed around governmental regulations. No one trusts the government anymore, except well, maybe half the country does, I guess. Even significant changes in regulations have proven problematic for many industries. Imagine how much more powerfully they would be impacted. That's bad use of that word. How much more powerfully they would be affected if they had neither the protection of the government nor the ability to curry favor and limit competition. Some industries would be completely destroyed, such as subsidy-driven soy farming and the entire modern dating soy world. Anyway, not to mention the demand for their crop is nearly fully based on the processing possible through intense specialization. The demand for soy is specialized processing. The benefits of rapid gains in the stock market should be tempered with the knowledge that it is fundamentally a gamble on the success of our current institutions, and who trusts our institutions. When the world rearranges upon some huge shock to government or industry, few parts of our society will be recognizable. Churches and social clubs seem to be the most durable historically because their existence is not predicated on any one type of government or industry. There is no guarantee that a specific state will still treat a neighboring state as an ally. Shipping from farms in the Central Valley to the Southwest could be restricted, and millions would be forced to migrate or die. Depending on how much of state government remained intact, some necessary treaties could be made. City and town governments would have to step up in the sort of role that founders intended them to play. The only thing that is certain is that commerce would be much more local and specialization would be limited. More durable industry like sustainable farms or local arts and crafts could arise in cities where property rights were enforced. All hell could break loose in cities that failed to fulfill their role as the safeguards of civilization. In all of these scenarios, gold would provide a durable store of value. People who question its value in time of crisis have clearly never been to an unstable country. Gold is valued particularly highly when all other investments have hit the floor. It does have use value in a way many investments don't. Yet, it is also so universally accepted that it could allow for migration to other more stable countries if need be. While some other investments may have flashy short term gains, gold can help protect against the overnight devaluation nightmares of so many assets when the world as we know it rearranges. And then the guy, I guess the guy quoting this is called Quoth the Raven. He says, as I stated in my latest review, I still think owning gold, silver, and Bitcoin is the ticket heading into the second half of 2024. Gold and silver are performing well and are hedges against everything from inflation to war. Last week, Larry Lepard, I don't know who that is, noted that allocations to gold in the Western world are still very low in his opinion, which I agree with. If one billionaire decided to move into the gold market or the silver market, physical, in the West, I'm talking about in the West. They already do it in India, China, Russia. Gold was so unloved back in September 2022. It was trading at 1,600 an ounce. All right, let me see if I can get Ham to talk to you. Hello? Yeah, I just went live about 20 minutes ago. I've got to get the darn speaker on. Just a second. Relax, everyone. Relax, everyone.
Connected to Bill's iPhone.
All right, let's see. It should give you a chance to get in there. All right, you should be live.
Well, people, if you actually follow me on Twitter, you probably get a headache because I sit there falling asleep and retweeting and just posting the same nonsense and every different angle I can possibly try to, teach you. But listen, I have a lot of friends that work on trading desks in New York City, not on the dark side. They do short, they do go long, but for the most part, they're on our side. They hear people around the street are getting served. I don't know who they are, they don't know, but that's what they hear from brokers who deal with people. If I get a name, I'll be the first guy to toss it up for you. All right. But the Andrew left has sent a shockwave through the system because he's on everybody's Rolodex. Everybody was trying to give him a story. Everybody was, and I'm sure he's given up people to save his own ass. It's just, it doesn't happen in an hour. And just like Andrew left said, he was living in fear of the fact, well, now everybody else is. And in big motion, the trading in it is so stupid. I'm telling you, I can't even watch it anymore. It's so stupid what they're doing. And William, I don't know if you've seen it on Twitter, but I posted some of the time and sales of the trades. There's been a complete list of 25 shares, 25, 25, 25, 25 all day, 5, 1, 1. I don't know how we got to 240,000 shares. I can't find the trade. I don't know where they're printing them. Because I look for them. There's got to be a 5,000 share seller somewhere, 10,000 share buyer that's getting filled. It's all filled in these weird amounts. And I told you before, small trades, no one watches. No one looks for the crime in small trades. It's like a machine gun zone. And that's what they're hiding, is they're doing it that way. Other than that, I couldn't tell you what the hell they're doing. It's the end of the month. They don't want it to go up. The Polish assassin said they know that if they let it go up, once they take their foot off the landmine, it blows up. For those who don't know Pat Burke for the 1000th time, go watch some of his videos. I put him up. He captured the movie. He's done 100 movies on naked short, interviews on naked short selling. That's who's going to step in and clean this mess up. I know you guys don't like Donald Trump. Some people like him. Some people hate him. Right now, he's the only person that's going to help us to stop market. I personally don't give a flying shit about anything else but the safety of my family and me to make money for my family so we can survive. I'm telling you right now, for those on this call, you're never going to survive in this environment unless you get rid of things. You're just going to get robbed. And you're going to keep trying, thinking you're hearing the next best thing, the sliced bread, and you're going to get robbed. So, if you can, and you get it through your heart, and you can deal with it, we need to get Patrick Byrne in there. Patrick Byrne is the king. He will wipe out short sellers. And for people that don't understand the special dividend, people think it doesn't work. Well, Patrick Byrne understands it. He understands what the game is. Finger motion is in the midst of getting it ready to go. None of the other companies are doing that. Finger motion is using something to help expose the naked shorts. Pay attention to what's going on. I described it 50 ways upside down, you name it. Remember, it's musical chairs. What the record date is when the music stops. Everybody needs to sit down and have a certificate holding. That's it. Pretty easy stuff. Pat Byrne did a twist on it, so he made it like impossible for the shorts to deliver. All right. But now the SEC blocks that way, so we have to do it different way. Finger motion is doing it with a special warrant. The warrant is going to be separate from the stop. So think of it when you go to the racetrack. You have the 1 and the 1A horse. Finger motion is the 1 horse, and the 1A is going to be FNGRW, which is the warrant. It'll have a different price versus the stop. And it'll have a strike price. I do not know what the strike price is. We know it's getting a little late in the game here. The SEC has to either approve it or kill it. CEO said on the call that he expects approval shortly, or that they're close to finishing up everything the SEC wanted. I forgot what he said exactly. So getting to the end there, forget the fundamental stories that we all know is here. That's just another twist. We go in 9 minutes, we go from 72 days to 71. I started at 90 days. How fast does it drop? It's just going to keep going lower and lower to the election. Trump wins, first person he fires, Gary Gensler. Second thing he does is put Pat Byrne in there. He will slaughter them. He will wipe the streets of the naked shorts. He hates what's going on with election fraud. He really can't stand naked short selling. So pay attention, go read up on them before you invest in any stock. Go see what's coming down the road. And I'm telling you, it's going to be, there's not going to be, people think, oh, he's going to go easy. But this game's over. They've stolen for 36 years already. They tortured him. They tortured many people. People have passed away. MFTL people have been locked up. There's no mercy for these characters. Andrew left. He deserves life imprisonment. I put up some of the stock. He's attacked all of them. Imagine owning a stock and all of a sudden you get a fake report out of it. It goes down 5. Oh, I only lost 10,000, 8,000, 20,000. Do it by millions of people over nothing. That's what they were doing. Fake reports. And then they let the guys at the day trading firms and the hedge funds involved naked short. Naked shorting is 100% tied to this crime. There's not even a question about it. These guys don't borrow shares. They just hit sell buttons and they keep selling it until the stock collapses down $8, $9. It's easy to do. We can all be doing it. But we're all not scumbags like that. I told you, these guys will hit their mother for a quarter. You can see it right there. And Andrew left is one of them. Right? I've always told you that. You probably never met these type of people. I have. That's all they think about. It's money, how to get it, how to get an edge, you name it. That's what it's all about. I had a gentleman today wanted to buy a stock that I play pickleball with. And he asked me about it. It's a nuclear power play or something like that. And I said, unless you understand what's going on, I don't have time to study it. You know, he was going to make a big investment. He wanted to buy $10,000. And the stock was down $1 today. And I don't know nothing about it. Be careful. I can't advise you on it at all. So when you jump into new positions, you got to be super careful. It's your money. And if the longer the fraud exists, you're going to get hurt. There's nothing to say. They committed. I was posting this morning, William. The last 4 days, Tesla's been up and down 10 points. On the open, down, up, down, the same spot all day, all the time. How's that possible? So they rotate. Today, NVIDIA's can't go. They had a positive analyst upgrade. It went up $10, went up $11. They're just rotating names. That's all. You know, you throw a dart. Hopefully, your stock gets the upgrade or it doesn't get the downgrade because otherwise, you're going to get slaughtered. It's very dangerous. So again, I like to follow something that I know. I've been following it. I know the company is not working with the shorts, at least that I know of. The company's not raising money down here. You know, there's rumblings, William, that I heard from somebody else saying that the S3 with finger motion is basically expired. So all these idiots that were shorting against that S3 that the company had, I guess the company was right. They're not going to raise money down here. They're going to let it expire. Then sit here and take money at $2. Because obviously the shorts are holding it down here, hoping the company does take money from them too. You know, so here it is a company that's ready to explode, and they do everything in their power to hold it down so it can't raise money to explode faster. Look at GameStop. They raised money at 24, whatever the numbers are, $25. And everyone talks about it now. Oh, they got the money. How wonderful this is. Right? Once you raise the money, everybody talks wonderful about it.
Right.
The shorts know that, but they want you to raise it at the bottom and destroy your market cap as much as possible. Everything that's sacred to an investor or the management. It's the market cap of a company. And they're trying to destroy it all the time. And that's the Wall Street game. Knock it down, dilute it, increase the flow. It just makes it become, and then you have to reverse it later on. And that's what I expect to have companies like CBM do. Reverse it, FULN did a couple of reverses already. That's the fraud. That's the whole game right there. These guys can't make money trading. I told you I met someone that knew the chairman of BIRT. The guy Doug, whatever his name is. He met his brother. He bought 70,000 shares. I made him sell it as soon as I bought it to him. I told him that stock would be worthless. BIRT, those guys can't trade stocks. They can only sell stocks and steal money. Once you got to trade it, there's risk involved. They can't do it. If they were so good at all this stuff, Goldman Sachs would have a trading desk. E-Trade, every market maker would have a trading desk. There's no more trading desks that exist because these guys, there's too much risk. So there's no one here to do it anymore. And that's what they do. Hold on a second. I'm just trying to see. You can't go in here. Hold on a second. Wait, I'm just trying to make a turn.
3 minutes to the close.
Where are we?
And finger is 215. The bid is 212. The ask is 216, 5 by 11. Volume is 251,000
I don't know how it even happened.
shares. Yeah.
Think about that. I've been watching it all day. I see the volume going
Not
up,
right
and I
now.
don't see any trades going up. Think about that. Where's the volume come? 250,000 shares. I actually fell asleep looking at it. It's impossible.
To tell a baby not to cry.
It's impossible what you're watching. This is like a magic trick. There's no trade going off. Yet the stock, the volume keeps going up. They're crossing it. I don't know where, but they keep crossing it. So as long as everybody understands that, is there any questions about that?
Yeah, let me see what the questions are. Someone's asking, what did you say about the S3 expiring?
Someone saying that the S3 is expired, they called and told me. So the S3, this big money raise that the company wanted to have in place in case the stock was squeezed, it expired. I don't know anything about an S3, how they work, but if it expired, I'm sure. If you look, what was that stock yesterday with QX something that Gary Kirchner owned or something like that? I told you about
XO,
that. $50.
something XO, QXO.
Right. They killed that stock because they registered shares and they were gonna, if they could register their shares and they could sell them. Now $50. So when everybody tries to register shares or register that they can have an S3 that the company can raise money for, right?
Right.
The short usually attack it. So maybe that is what's been going on with Finger because these guys have been shorting it, okay, because of the S3. But if the S3 is expired, these guys have dug themselves another hole because there is no S3 now. Let's hope that gentleman is right. And I believe he's pretty smart, so let's see if he's right.
Finger's about to close. 212, it looks like.
Of course, they mark it down, put it up there waiting 15 minutes ago. Here comes a 100 share lot to mark it down. I said to them, give up already on it.
You're right. They did four. They did 100, 100, 100, and 295, all at 212, all on the bid.
Always on the bid. At the last second of the day to mark it down. They can't have the stock go up. It's just remarkable. I put it up. We're all watching it. It's not like we can't see what's going on. And they just continue. And the government doesn't see anything wrong with this. I posted 8,000 quotes today, alerting everybody under the sun. and you want to tell me you're going to go out there and invest in other names, you have to be out of your mind. Figure Motion is the most watched stock by people that are reporting the crime and exposing the criminal. The volatility of the stock doesn't exist anymore because they can't push it down. You can see once it starts to tick up, you can see the panic in their eyes. What I think they're doing is watching trades so that the real short can cover. That's what I believe is going on. So that 1,690,000, I expected to start trading, trending down. And you say, well, how are they covering it if they're not buying it? Well, they're basically watching it. You're seeing it. You're learning how they're covering a real short with fake shares.
Right.
All that's happening is, William, is that the real short is getting smaller, right?
Yeah.
And the naked short is getting bigger. That's it. They know, for everybody on this call, they know that we can all see the real short number. It's hard for us to see the naked short number, right? But the real short number, we can see it every day. 1.69 million, we can all see it. We can see whether it's going up or going down. We can tell what prices they're selling it at. We can tell everything about it. They need that number to go away. And they expected it to go away because they expected people to bail out when they attacked it. Guess what? It didn't happen. So no one sold it, and now they have to try to send those shares back, replace the shares they borrowed. And that's where we are right now with this stock. These guys are trying to replace the shares that they borrowed, that they pay a fee for. And William, every day that goes on, they have to pay a fee, okay, to carry 1.7 million shares of stock. So they lose money every day because they're paying they have to pay someone for those shares. I don't know who's loaning it out to them. I don't believe anybody is. I believe there's just more fraud on top of fraud here. But again, these guys have to pay a fee. So let's say they shorted it at $3, which is where I think they're short from. Now, the only thing I can't remember with going back all the time is how many days. So I would have to say at this point, and I'm going to be conservative about it, I'll say they lost 25 cents already in fees. I do think it's 50 cents, but I'll just say 25. So let's just make it 250 to make it easier. The most they can make right now, because they paid 50 cents in fees on all those shares, the most they can make is $2.50. Would you stay short of stock that tomorrow the most you can make is $2.49? Or by Monday you're down to $2.45? That's what they're doing. It's the stupidest trade in creation. It's going to cost them more each day, and they can't survive. They just keep losing money. It doesn't pay. Yet they're in this trap. They were hoping that the company would get destroyed. They were hoping that maybe the company would dilute itself. They were hoping for this, hoping for that. And what happened? Complete opposite. The company didn't raise money. Donald Trump showing out Gary Gensler. Pat Burns coming in. Andrew Leff was busted. Everything is gone in our favor. We went from being out of favor to being 100% in our favor now. Think about that for a second. I know when people are depressed, well, the stock hasn't gone yet. I wanted to cash out. I want to go home. I'm sick of this. We all got it. But things are 100% our favor. Very different game than before. We didn't have Gary Gensler getting kicked out. We were too busy cursing him out. Donald Trump comes out because people say, how do you know? People were texting me, oh, you need Congress to get Gary Gensler out. Donald Trump said it the first day he's throwing his ass out. I don't know about you. That sounds pretty confident to me. So Gary Gensler's out, and who is he going to put in there? Well, guess what? Pat Burns is going to be our guy. There may be a figurehead, but the rules are going to come through Pat Burns. Pat Burns is an expert on this subject. And he knows how to put it into writing and sit down with their committees and get it right. And he's not going to give them 5 years, let the SEC commissioners vote on it, let it go for public this. They're going to hammer them. And why would they move quickly? Well, guess what? Donald Trump has a public company, and they're fucking him too. And he's not going to allow it either. So all these things are going in our favor. And that's how I look at it. And I want it done yesterday, just like you do. But I'm more than ever, more confident. I know Andrew Left is giving people up. It's all over the street. People are talking about. You guys have a hedge fund friend. Give them a call. They're doing it. They hear it. Can you imagine the traders on the street on the short side of all these day trading firms? These guys can't make a living anymore. Because all they did was they shorted and they naked shorted for a day trade and they worked as a pack of wolves. They needed Andrew Left, Capybara, Hindenburg, White, whatever his name is, White Capital, whatever, White Capital, whatever the fuck that guy's name is.
White Diamond.
White Diamond, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting his name. They need those people to put their fake story out because it gives them coverage. It covers up for their trade. If anyone comes to them and says, why did you short the stock? He's going to say, well, White did it or Hindenburg did it. That's why we shorted it. And all the small day trading firms, all these guys that are banging out 10, 20, 50,000 shares, selling it, making short, bang, driving it lower, walking away, making themselves 20, 30,000 a day. They lost their leaders. Who's going to write the story down for them? That's what goes on.
When they drop GTII every day to 0.001 or 0.005, are their shorts covering in small amounts in GTII?
Yes, a short covering. Yeah. So listen, if you were short the stock and you're in a gray market, and the people that are making the market in the gray market are all crooks, what do you think they're doing? They're going to print stock back and forth to each other at the lowest level so that you think it's going to zero. That's all they do. No one else is playing it. I advise people not to even look at it until Richard happened, and he put up that there's going to be an update soon. He said August 7th.
Okay, so that was a question. Do you have
They're just playing games there. They're playing games.
Do you have to pay a fee for real short shares, but you don't pay a fee for naked short shares?
Naked shorts have fees. There's always money attached to these things, but they're using the market maker exemption. All right, they're using it as a trading. They're not borrowing anything. There's no fee for borrowing. They're not borrowing anything. So they're basically paying fees to trade, whatever it's, 2/100th of a penny, whatever deal they have to trade with. I don't know their deals. It's not a lot. So that's why you see them watching trades back and forth all day. William said they should put a tax William on all their trades.
Yeah, that's what Bernie Sanders used to say that on the highs.
The high frequency stuff. Put a tax on the high frequency stuff and watch how fast it stops. That's what they need to do. Once they do that, once it becomes the cost of putting up all these fake trades, wash trades, okay, Hepburn understands what it is, and they're gonna put fees on it and catch them there, force settlement, get the brokerage firms to get on board with us. You don't think Andrew Left is gonna tell, hey, you know what? The prime broker at E-Trade, whoever, let's say it's E-Trade, he gives me leverage. I know the guy. You got to get this guy. You got to get that guy. He's going to give up all the bad names. There's a lot of bad actors around making short selling. And if you were one of those guys on Andrew Left and you spoke with him all the time and helped him out, how would you feel every day? Andrew Left said he was living in fear. How do you think you would feel now that he's quiet? He's going to live in fear once they tell him he's got to go to jail. And they should put all the people that got ripped off on the jury, whether it's Etsy or EXAS or Peloton, the name Roku. He killed up. Going back to Stop Lemon days. How much money he stole back then with those people? Forget it. Let me ask you a question, man. Is finger motion trading at 210 or 209 in the aftermarket? I'm just curious.
You didn't hear?
No.
It's now trading in the expert market. No bid or I'm just kidding. It's flat. It's 212. The bid is 211. The ask is 220. One
I
by
always
five.
get a kick after the close. They stocks all have a market. They're all marked down. On 100 shares down 3 cents. So that we go home and say, oh my God, the stock is marked down again. People, we're here for a reward that is massive. That's why I'm here. I don't do this every day to make a quarter. And I'll give you an example of that. I just spoke to a buddy about GDC. Now, we own it. My family owns it way high, like at 350, I think it is. We bought stock below $1. And I told everyone I thought they're going to take the half to get stock above $1 again. So we picked up some at the bottom. So my question to everyone here is, should I just sell it at $1.40? Hope it pulls back to $1.25 so I can buy it back? That's the question. And my answer to that was, the minute I sell it at $1.40, try to buy it back at $1.25, the next trade is going to be $140. So I try not to even look at it. Because if I could do that 3 or 4 times, sell all the stock I bought at $1.40 something and buy it back at $1.25, right? I can lower my positions by 15 cents every couple of days if I can keep going back and forth, right? But the fear of what I believe is going to happen there, I can't do it. I just can't do it. So I try not to look at it. I'm biting my tongue, not looking at it. I have no more money to average down. So I'm just sitting here like the Titanic, waiting for whatever's supposed to happen. In big emotion, I know everything about what's going on here. I know the story inside, out, down, sideways, you name it. I've been here for years. Very different. Because people ask me about stocks. I told you when I heard about Wolf at 60 or 70 cents, what I heard. I went to a meeting and management was there. And I told everyone about it and how I thought these guys were the real deal. I said that. And the stock went to $6. It got to 6, Bitcoin went up, and the thing went down to $4. You tell me, how do you trade a stock that's based on Bitcoin that goes up and down like that? It doesn't even make any sense. Right? I can't even figure it out. Bitcoin's rallying, the stock is going low. Bitcoin goes down, the stock goes up. It doesn't make any sense. The whole thing is stupid.
What do you want to bet that if they ever let GTII trade again, the shorts will be all gone?
I think it's a lock that they'll be gone. Oh, you mean that the short covered?
Yeah, that they'll be covered. Yeah.
Whoever said that needs to stop drinking out of the toilet. Next question.
What happens if the warrant date is 10 days from whenever it gets announced, that it prompts the squeeze and we all sell our shares before the warrant date? Well, Gretchen, I mean, if that were to happen, you'd be happy to sell your shares. Yeah.
Don't worry. Listen, the warrant is here to trap the shorts, not to make you rich. These are all things. Remember, I used to put up the thing called Felix the Cat, the bag of tricks. That's what that's about.
There's a bunch of posts that you're trying to call me.
Oh yeah, I know it's before. Someone told me you were on. I said I didn't know. I was actually just sitting, falling asleep, watching the stock trade, 100 shares back and forth, and me putting time and sales up and seeing that there was really nothing to even trade.
Yeah. A lot of questions you've already answered. Any thoughts? Well, any thoughts on who is selling GTII? There were about 7.
Yes, I gave you my thoughts on it. Nobody. I met a guy at the pickleball court that I spoke to, and he bought finger motion. And then 3 weeks later, he came to me. He goes, "I can't believe my wife bought the stock. She followed Lou. I didn't say anything. She followed this guy Lou. For some reason, she got this network or something like that. And she paid $4 for GTI. And he told me, look, at the stock is 3 cents. And he goes, I tried to buy it the other day at 3 cents. I've been there every day trying to buy 50,000 shares at 3. And he's never bought 1 share. How can you trade it once? There's a 3-cent bid. That tells you. And I told him, don't do anything yet. I says, I'm hearing, when I hear about the lawyers, about what's going on there, I'll relay it to him. That's what I told him. That just shows you how ordinary people not even involved in the market get involved in stocks. And he had no idea what his wife did. He had no idea. That's how.
Hot here.
Yeah.
No, nothing. I'm just saying it's hot here. I'm feeling the heat. Oh, well, that's Donna is saying the Canadian stock market treats retail investors fairer. I think that's the source. Canada is the source of all the trouble. Canada.
Canada allows naked short selling into the U.S. They don't allow us to naked short their markets. Look at that. And that's going back to when people don't even understand it. In the late 1990s, they used to be called Reg S's instead of toxic or pipes, whatever they used to call it, Reg S's. That was the way the companies were financing, and people used to get the orders from New York or wherever to Canada, and the Canadian brokers sold it into the U.S. Hey, Canaccord, remember that name? Remember they killed GTI, Canaccord. Remember? These guys have all got their hands in the cookie jar. They still do it. The U.S. government needs to stop the foreign selling in our countries, and they have. And it's not up to me to stop it. It's up to Pat Byrne, Donald Trump. And again, you can hate the guy, do whatever the frick you want. I could care less, but you will get wiped out. Your family will get wiped out. That's the way it's gonna be. So you make your choice. You can hate the guy to do what you want, but you know what? He's got the right guy that we need to get in place. No more of this bullshit, naked short selling nonsense. It has to end.
So apparently you can buy GTII in Canada.
If you can go buy it in Canada, but you got to, someone's got to sell it to you.
But you
Don't go be paying 10 cents for it.
He got some off at 6 cents, some at 3 cents, some at 4 cents. But
Okay,
you can't imagine the spread and the percentage gain that the market makers are making. If you're buying it from you at if
Wait,
sorry.
he sold it there? Wait.
No, he bought it. I'm sorry. So they're selling it to you at 6 cents. They bought it at a penny. That's 6 times their money and for doing nothing.
If you bought it at 6 cents, throw it up there at 10 cents. Make a great trade, lower your cost. That's it. Think about it. It's like buying a stock at 60, selling it at 100, right?
Right.
Just numbers. I just don't like to play in it because it's dark and they can do whatever they want. You want to go play in that? We get ripped off in the market that we watch all day. Imagine going dealing in behind the building. Good luck.
Trying to find this guy's saying that on Reuters there's a negative review of Finger. I can't find it. Look, Sean, if you're trading Finger short term and you're going to worry about, I'm on the Reuters website. I don't see a negative
Listen, there's
rating.
a negative
But if
review.
you're going to worry about every little thing that's said on a website that has nothing to do, it's probably not the stock for you, Sean.
Listen, the only review we have the negative capital. What? And guess what? I can go write negative reports on the video. You want to go read it? I'll give you complete trash about it. I can write stuff all day long.
Yeah. I just,
Go watch the CEO speak. He's putting in videos for you. If you think he's committing fraud, you have a video, throw him in jail, and sue the company. It's very easy. Excuse me, Capabara. I spoke to Mark Brazil. He lives in Brazil, and the U.S. has no jurisdiction over that. So he's posting stuff from Brazil. You tell me what we're supposed to do about that.
If the naked short doesn't require margin, how does a margin call affect them?
If it doesn't require margin.
I guess that's what she hears from you, that it doesn't require margin.
No, it's 100% false. It's the whole thing is based on margin. The whole thing about naked short selling is on margin. Once it goes above the short squeeze trigger number, and they have to put money in because now they're losing on their trades, margin kills them. That is the killer. The killer to us is cancer. The killer to naked short is margin. 100% margin is the killer. Who's extending them leverage, number one? And in GTII, the killer was there. The kill shot was done. Alpine just committed more fraud by selling it and not putting any money up for margin. That's how that whole thing continued to live legally. Think about that. Those guys were defrauding the banking, the stop settlement system, and no one stopped them. That's like anybody on this phone just defrauding your bank by typing checks. No one said anything about it. Think about that. That's what they were doing. Alpine. That's what they did. They were allowing trades. They were selling stocks without having any money. Zero money. That's what they were doing. Nothing wrong with that. It's just Gary Getzer, the DOJ should have Alpine locked up. Go read the court case. These guys committed nothing but fraud. Nothing but fraud. And they're still walking around out in Arizona or the Cayman Islands, wherever the hell they're hiding, with everybody's money. No big deal.
This gentleman's also saying E-Trade's taking down all company news on Finger. Look, you don't need E-Trade to go to the company's website or go to Yahoo Finance or go to OTC Markets. The news is all there. The filings are all on the SEC website. And, you know, I mean, sometimes it requires a little bit of work on your part beyond going through your portal into the marketplace. E-Trade's not, you know, they're not the bee's knees of access to everything. I don't know what you're worried about. Sean, I really think if you don't like Finger, if you're not already shorted, if you're already shorted, you've already sold it. But if you're long the stock, you know, you probably have other stocks out there that have buy ratings that you know where to find and they're trading. Just, you know, move on, please, Sean. I don't need the negativity.
William, the gentleman who's saying that is another idiot.
Idiots.
He's just trying to talk shit, negative stuff. Yeah, it's a waste of time.
What's your view on CVM?
CVM pisses me off. I told you about Gert. I told you that this guy does one thing, and that's he raises money. He believes he's here in this world to do one thing, to cure cancer. And I believe that he believes in that. I'm with him with that. But he also believes that, hey, I'm going to do whatever it takes to get my money to keep going on. That's what he's doing. And he's been doing it since 2000. I know him 24 years, the guy, and he's done it 10 times already. The stock was going the other day on good news. What did he do? The stock was over 2. He raised money at $1. Boom. See you later. He killed all my friends again. I have friends that own it at $8, $9. They all believe he's going to get the cure for cancer. Everybody does. What is he doing? He keeps diluting the company and hurting the stock. Anyway, listen, the people that can't find news on E-Trade, go get a different broker. E-Trade is obviously a shit-ass firm. How about that, my friend? Go to Ameritrade or go to Fidelity. They have the research you want if you want to see it. I think E-Trade is a fraud firm. All right.
So you've been at it for how many years? 24?
He knows it all, this guy. He can't find it. He can't
So-
find any research.
That you should feel good. It took 120 years to construct the Basilica at St. Peter's. I was trying to look up this Sistine Chapel, but I got that instead.
Anyway, listen, I'm going to play pickleball.
All right.
Any guy that's got a negative outlook, you know what you can do? Go fuck yourself. Because I think you're a jerk off for even getting on a call. If you don't understand what to do in this game, at this point in the game, you have no idea you should be in the equity markets. You know why? I'm not being nasty. I'm just telling you the truth.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you the truth. I don't believe in people saying stupid comments like that. E-Trade doesn't have it. Get the hell out of here. They're filing through. Go to the SEC site. That's the original. Go there. All right, listen, I had enough of this nonsense.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Call ended.
Sean, number one, I don't believe you, but I'll take you at your representation that you're along and that you're a real person, because I can't tell. But it's idiotic to be worried that E-Trade has taken down all company news. What are you thinking about? It's number one, it's not true. Maybe their system changed when it became Morgan Stanley. It's just an irrelevancy. If you go to the library and you're looking up dodo birds and the Encyclopedia Britannica doesn't have dodo birds, you go over and look in Webster's dictionary or you look other places. So that is just mind-numbingly simplistic, simple thinking. It's just absolutely shows me that you shouldn't be invested in the stock market. You don't know how to do research. You don't know that news comes across the news wires and it's posted with the SEC. E-Trade has no responsibility to post the news. And in fact, on my stupid I have E-Trade. Every stock I look at, and I'll look at Finger, there's no news. There's no news. Well, it doesn't show any news. Must be a bad stock. Let me see. Oh my God, no news stories. Oh, there's got to be something wrong with it. It must be a scam. No news available. Oh my gosh, I have E-Trade and it says no news available. It's got to be a bad stock. Come on. And this thing about Reuters, what I don't know. Reuters doesn't do reports. You don't make any kind of reference or link. I can't find it. Why is the latest Reuters analysis? Who the hell makes the analysis? A computer? It's not a report rated negative. Look, Sean, if you want to kick this and look at the bad things, go ahead. But just don't bring your negativity here. I'm all full up with it, frankly. I'm all full on negativity. This place here is to try to discuss ideas and learn from each other, not having some Benchmark has a buy or did have a buy rating. Martin Shen's done 3 or 4 interviews. Ham comes on daily talking about everything he knows about finger motion. We know the company's presentation, but Reuters came out with an analysis, and it's negative. As compared to what? As compared to what? I don't know. Sean, I don't think you should be in the stock market unless you're one of the people paid by the shorts to short. Go ahead, make your money. Um, I understand that bashers get something like $7 every time their name is mentioned. So I hope I just rang your cash register. Hey, it's a thunderstorm out there. Gabriel, Finger announced a huge deal just the other day. You go, it's funny. You can go to Yahoo Finance, not E-Trade, Yahoo Finance. You click it, and then you put in the symbol FNGR, and you go down, and 22-day access wire on July 9th, Finger Motion, a mobile services and data company, today announced that its subsidiary, Zhizhu, has ventured into the development of crisis and emergency response solutions, specifically for collaboration with dispatchers, first responders, and healthcare agencies in the event of emergency situations in China. It doesn't point out that China is I think it's the third largest country, maybe fourth largest country in the world geographically. It's the second largest country in the world in population. It's the world's first largest or second largest economy, depending on how you measure it. And it's possibly the fastest, was anyway, it may still be the fastest growing economy in the world. And it's certainly the most modern as compared to 60 years ago. And they've built out it doesn't go into any of that, but it says they ventured into the development of crisis and emergency response solutions, specifically for collaboration with dispatchers, first responders, and healthcare agencies in the event of emergency situations in China. Maybe they don't have those in China, I don't know. Zhizhu has received, that's Finger, has received its first order for its advanced mobile integrated command and communication platform, its C2 platform, to be installed in all vehicles and apparatuses involved in the country's civil emergency crisis program. Unless my definition of all is different than yours, the way I read that is that Finger Motion has received a contract to build out its advanced mobile integrated command and communication platform in all vehicles and apparatuses involved in China's civil emergency crisis response program. Do you think that program's bigger than 2 vehicles? Maybe it's only 2. Maybe it's, yeah, right. Maybe that's a small contract. I guess it was just a rumor. Yeah, you're right. Maybe it's just a rumor. It's not really a big deal. Yeah, maybe it's just a rumor. They announced on July 9th that they've received their first order They didn't say last order. They didn't say test order. They didn't say experimental order. They received their first order for its advanced mobile integrated command and communication platform to be installed in all vehicles and apparatuses involved in China's civil emergency crisis program. Yeah, I guess it's just a rumor. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's not a deal, Gabriel. I guess that's not a deal. I guess you're right. It's just a rumor. Beyond that, I personally think they're doing their C2 platform with SAIC Motor Corp. Of course, you got to look it up, but that's hard to do. In this age of Google, it's hard to look things up. I mean, you used to have to go down to the library, pull out index cards, go upstairs, go down the aisle, get the book. Now it's just so hard to Google things. But you look up SAIC Motor, Auto China, company profile. My computer is slow. Their first collaboration is with SAIC Motor. Doesn't say their last, but if you want to, you can feel like it's their last. SAIC is delivering extraordinary mobility solutions with green and sustainable technology. SAIC Motor is the largest auto company listed on China's A-share market. As a leading automaker in China, SAIC Motor is striving to lead the industry's development trends, accelerate innovation and transformation, and evolve from a traditional manufacturing enterprise to a comprehensive provider of auto products and mobility services. They produce both passenger and commercial vehicles. They seem green. The main vehicle companies under their umbrella: IM Motors, SAIC Passenger Vehicle Brands, Rising Auto, SAIC Volkswagen, SAIC Audi, SAIC General Motors, SAIC GM Wuling, SAIC Maxus, Navico, SAIC LDT, and Sunwind. I don't know. The group's vehicle sales have reached more than 5 million units in total, maintaining the top position in the domestic industry for the 18th year in a row. So they're the top domestic producer of vehicles for 18 years in a row. Following its double million unit sales in 2022, the group's NEV sales and overseas sales hit new historic highs in 23, reaching 1.1 million units and 1.2 million units respectively. In August of 2023, SAIC Motor was ranked 84th. Oh God, that's terrible. How come they're only ranked 84th on the Fortune Global 500 list? Can't Finger do business with a bigger company than the 84th Fortune Global 500 company? Come on. It must just be a rumor. And and they're not, it's not really, that's not really a big contract. It's not a big deal. Is it just a rumor? So SAIC Motor was ranked 84th. This is at their website. I know it's hard to find. It was ranked 84th on the Fortune Global 500 list with revenue of $110 billion from its 2022 consolidated statements, marking its 10th consecutive year among the top 100 on the Fortune Global 500 list. And that's not really a deal. I thought Finger had a deal coming. That's not a deal. That's not a deal. It was just a rumor. I really think people that buy Finger, I understand trying to constantly be negative on the story because you have to do that. I do it every time. But I've told you, look, it's a $2 stock. Anytime you're in a $2 stock, it can go down at any point in time. But I've gone through it to the point that my brain fries every time I repeat it. But I think the exercise probably just has to keep being done because Reuters, which is they don't have a research report on Finger. Apparently, they put out something rating it a 3, and E-Trade doesn't have any new. They took down all news on Finger. So these are reasons that you need to panic and go, oh crap, I'm in a shitty stock. I mean, it's clear. So Ham has devoted himself for 2.5 years, dedicated himself telling you the story, doing your homework for you. I've done 3 interviews with Martin Shen. I listened to every other interview he does. I've relayed the research reports from Benchmark, which had a 5 or 6 month duration. Martin Shen implied there's more research to come in his last interview. But hey, is it just a rumor? I think this contract that they just signed is massive. It's only 2 vehicles right away. Let me tell you, Gabriel, the numbers I heard, I don't believe. I heard there's currently 5 million of these demand for these emergency vehicles. When I read the news, the SEC filing, it looked like Finger, or is it maybe it's SAIC, they're actually supplying the vehicle. They're not just supplying an add-on for the data to existing vehicles. So maybe it makes sense. I heard just a massive number. I'm not going to repeat it now, is the cost. And that Finger Motion stands to make a gigantic profit per vehicle. I'm not going to use that number. Let's just assume they make $100 profit over time installing in all emergency response vehicles or creating it from scratch. I've heard there's 5 million. Let's just call it $100 profit. That's a $500 million contract. Well, you don't know that. It doesn't say that. Well, can we agree that $100 profit is very low? Why would they get into any business at that level? But let's just go with $100 profit. Well, you don't know there's 5 million shares. It's 5 million vehicles. It's just a rumor. All right, let's cut it. Let's say it's only 2.5 million shares. I mean, 2.5 million cars. 2.5 million cars. Emergency response vehicles at $100. It's a $250 million contract. Yeah, but it's going to take a lot of years. It's going to take so many years to build that all out. I mean, they only have two already. All right, let's assume it's going to take many years. Let's discount that by 50%. So let's call it $125 million. $125 million profit over present value. Let's just take the present value to today. Let's divide that by 52 million shares. I don't know. The contract at this ridiculous number of $100 profit on 5 million vehicles, then cut it in half for 2.5 million vehicles, and then cut that in half to reflect that a 50% net present value of this revenue, divided by 52 million shares outstanding. This contract's worth $2.40 value or earnings now to the company. Oh, you're making it up. Just go with what you know. All right. I don't know. I don't know how to help you. It's a big contract. Okay. Finger motion has top up minutes. That's where they get most of their value. They have the SMS and MMS text messaging revenue, which these two are very low profitability, but they bring in the revenue. They have their rich content messaging tied to 5G. That is ever increasing. This is how businesses sell their services into the consumer market. Apple Care is delayed, so ignore it. Big data is they have access to all of the data on users generated by the three telecoms and I assume the government. They are in the second or third level of processing it. They've built laboratories. They use scientists to develop algorithms and other uses of data. It's just a rumor, though. They're working with Pacific Life, Munich Re in out of Switzerland. This is to get into the insurance business in China using big data, and they're in the advanced stages of that, and it's going to be monetized soon. Well, it hasn't yet. So how do we know it's ever going to be? You don't know. Maybe it'll never be. They work with three telecoms, and they've built that trust over a period of time. They have an electric vehicle charging app, which is part of their lifestyle app, which has 440,000 locations. And now they have this emergency contract. They also, I left it off, they also sell their computing power in the cloud to corporations who need to use the big, powerful databases and engines up there. So those are many of the business models of Finger Motion. Now, Finger Motion does not have one source of predictable revenue that is kicking ass, and they can say to you, we did 10 million this month, next month it'll be 15, and in 7 months it's going to be 50 million a month. They don't have that yet. They're working on getting that. There's no research on the company right now. Reuters doesn't count as research. They put out news on their website, which is fingermotion.com. They put out all press releases and filings on the SEC's website. They put press releases where you can source them. Best is yahoofinance.com. The company now trades at $2 a share. Finger trades at $2 a share. There's roughly 52 million shares outstanding. There's no debt other than their rollover minutes show up as a short-term obligation. Otherwise, there's no debt. I don't know if there's any warrants, but it's limited. There's an application to give you one warrant for every 10 shares you have to try to catch out and gum up the system so that there's forced settlement. But right now, that's the story. No debt. No, I don't know. There may be some example of a long-term investor selling, but basically there's no selling by the big holders and the insiders. You may be able to catch out that one of the guys who owns a restaurant and was one of the original investors sold some stock just to get cash out of all of the private placements he did. I don't know. But in general, no one's selling. There's no debt. There's 52 million shares outstanding. It's trading at $2 a share. They took out a toxic note with Elan Partners and Jeff Easton about 2 years ago. $5 million. They paid it off. But FINRA reported, I'm only going to tell you what I saw with my own eyes. Over a period of about 10 trading days, FINRA reported 100 million shares sold, which were non-located, non-borrowed, non-owned of Finger Motion. It drove the stock down from about $8 almost to $1. That was a little over a year ago, a year and a half ago. 10 days, 100 million shares. Why? Because they took a note from Jeff Easton at the Lynn Partners. And Finger Motion is under the grip of the 4 clients that Jeff Easton reportedly is a front. He just passes these contracts through. And at least one of them is an aggressive, naked short seller of the stock. And it constantly happens. Now, to offset that story, an honest, smart, top retired American Stock Exchange executive says baloney. You can't believe anything Ham says, or most of it, about these numbers. FINRA does not report the closing of the trades. They don't report the closing of the failures to locate, the failures to deliver, the failures to receive, and that it's just an accommodation during the day because the clients that do the selling are such good clients. And in the hustle bustle of that massive market for Finger Motion shares, that they just don't have time to properly report the closing trades. So you can't believe FINRA's numbers. You can't just take the day-by-day failure to locate, failure to deliver, failure to receive numbers. He further says, in the case of Finger, there were a lot of private placements, and maybe they're selling those shares, and it's offshore, so the delivery takes a long time, but they were in such urgency, they had to sell those shares before they delivered them. And he also says there are systems in place to prevent this abuse. So you get the other side of the argument there. On finger motion contracts, I think this contract that was just announced is massive. But maybe I'm just believing my own hope. I see it as all of the vehicles. I see it as ongoing revenue. And I see it as a multi-year growing revenue contract. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just the first two. So it's a dud and it's just a rumor. Finger continues to work on getting additional contracts, both for its big data, its insurance services, and for, it's all interrelated, but it's possible that they have further contracts coming. I don't live there, but to me, if you are getting a big contract for emergency vehicles, that's a contract with the government. I think there's other contracts on the way. Do we know about them yet? No. Would I know about them? No. Would Finger Motion take the risk to tell me about a contract so I can tell you, and they would violate regulation FD? No. But from the interviews with the CEO that Finger Motion is working on contracts. That China that China, there's at least 1.5 billion phones. They have big data. And just look up SNOW, SNOW. I'll look it up for you right now. In the fully developed United States market, not the virgin market of China. I'll go to Yahoo Finance, not E-Trade, and I'll type in SNOW, Snowflake Inc., and I'll go to statistics. And the enterprise value for Snowflake is $40 billion. The market cap is $43 billion. It's down from a high in January of $65 billion. It's just data, big data. So I think there will be more contracts. You heard from Ham today, but not from the company, so we don't know that S3 can be withdrawn. You did hear here on this channel when I spoke with Martin Shen, and then the one with his Skyline IR firm. who gets paid, by the way. And it's not bad that he does. He's a professional. Skyline did a great job on that last interview. You heard from Martin Shen that finger motion is going to raise money. What does that mean to the other side? The stock was trading at 4 or almost 3.5. What does that mean to the other side? It happens in every stock. I don't think we can fight it. It means, and I'm doing this by memory, finger motion does 35 million in revenue for 2023. If I'm wrong on that, it's just an example. I don't want to take the time to look it up. They have 52 million shares outstanding. So what the shorts are hearing, no risk here, we'll just keep selling. Why? Let's say the company needs to raise $10 million. I'll just make it up. If they raise $10 million at $3.50 a share, they have to issue 3 million shares, 3 million shares. If they can drive the stock down to 2 before the money's raised, the front that they use, Jeff Easton, for example, will say we can do it. Maybe they'll say we can do it above market, but they'll drive the stock down first in a coordinated effort. Or they say we've got to do it. Our clients demand $1.50. So if they are raising $10 million at $1.50, it's 6.5 million shares. So it increases the number of shares in the denominator significantly by 10%. So that, I'm not going to go through it. This number could become 60 million shares. If that stays the same on a per share basis, even if this grows, they get nowhere. Now, ideally, what Jeff Easton and his buddies want is for the company to come to them and sign another toxic note. You okay? Are you okay? You can't walk. I need to get a rug for you. That's what I need to do. I need to get a rug for you. Anyway, so then what they'll do is with a toxic note, like just like they did before, they'll start selling hundreds of millions of shares. So their goal is to take this 52 million to 500,000 shares. 500 million shares. So anything good happening in the numerator gets destroyed on a per share basis. So if the revenues, because of a contract, grow to $50 million, instead of dividing it by 50 million shares, you divide it by 500 million shares. That's their goal. They do it in stock after stock after stock after stock. I can think of some off the top of my head. And now my memory, I can't think of any more. But there's a bunch of them. Whatever the good news is, they destroy the per share value of that good news. How? There's 4 tickets in the United States. You can buy a stock, you can sell a stock, you can sell a stock short if you locate it or own it or borrow it. Or you can sell stock that you don't own under the market maker exemption provided by Reg Show, promulgated in 2008, around then. There's no audited trail of these trades. And this is something Ann Wagner thinks very important to protect the privacy of these institutions. You voted for it, not you, our country. Okay. Into all this, a short selling industry has developed. It's bigger than any, probably almost every industry in the United States. I would guess it's the biggest one. It happens in North America, all over, and Europe and other places. It's big. No one cares. So, Gabrielle, news does not matter. News does not matter in the short term. Unless it's a total bloody surprise. But they have everything under control. So, Gabrielle, I have a difference of opinion which is risky because I could be totally wrong. I have a difference of opinion with Ann. I do not believe you should buy finger motion because it's going to squeeze imminently. It could if there's a surprise. If there's a surprise. But until then, news won't scare the shorts. No one enforces failure to deliver, failure to locate, failure to borrow, failure to receive. Nobody enforces settlement. Nobody regulates it. Nobody shines the light, sunshine on it. They're not scared. And finger isn't the only stock they do. It's done by their computers and their trading desks. As long as finger, using a bad analogy, is like a comet or an asteroid revolving around the sun, it goes out into the universe as high as $17 a couple of years ago, and then it comes back to hug tight on the other side of the sun before it goes back out to maybe $7, $8, and then they get it trading back down to 2. So every time the prime brokers start to give their clients some heat, all they've got to do is distract investors with a news story, or they put boo birds out there to get investors wanting to get out. Or every time news comes out that's good, they sell more. So investors go, hey, when's the news coming? Or is that just a rumor? The key is to constantly put pressure back on the stock price so that the comment price may go up to 17, but it comes back to less than 2. Time does it. Worry does it. Planning on a squeeze tomorrow does it because people go, well, oh, it's bullshit. There's another squeeze somewhere else. And then if the comet starts getting closer, like $9, and then it goes out $6, and then it goes out $4, and then it goes out $3, and then it crashes into the sun, and it goes seller bonds. That's what the industrial scale shorting system is. Now they short and they also go long. They're agnostic to making their money short or long. But news has nothing to do with it. Nothing. Finger motion is not going to raise money from a Jeff Easton type. It's not going to happen. Now, they don't know that, and it doesn't matter to them because they apply this over 1,000 stories, or hundreds anyway. And they figure eventually, because there's no alternative out there, eventually finger motion will come to them for the money. It might not be through Jeff Easton. It might be through Ari Fletchenstein at Yorkville, but it'll come through somebody and the phones will ring and then the shorts can cover. But it's not going to happen here. It's not going to happen here. How do you know it? If you listen to the interviews that Martin Shen gave. And if you read the press release that Finger Motion put out 10 months ago or so, they are not going to raise money down here. So the whole scheme, the whole industrial scale scheme starts to fall apart, But it won't stop the computers, the trading desks, the Jeff Easton clients from selling. If the stock goes up, you sell. If it goes down, you sell. If it's flat, you sell. If you can't do it in large numbers, you do it rat-a-tat-tat. Sell non-existent shares into existence. It never ends. So the stock price stays down. Finger Motion has expressed through interviews and otherwise, and even the research report that Benchmark put out, that Finger Motion will break even in earnings in their fiscal year 2000, in their fiscal year 2025. We're in it right now. Break even earnings. In other words, profitable. So in other words, they're going to be profitable at some point this year in projections. We don't know for sure. Because of its revenue, Finger Motion can now raise money with debt. They don't have to do equity. Finger motion, in my opinion, has five exciting revenue and earnings areas. The top-up business is steady. It's low margin, but it's what sustains the business and keeps the girl from going back to the pimp or the druggie going back to the drug dealer. Big data, as has been discussed in interviews and press releases, is in its second and even third stages, leading to insurance business, which I think is going to be exciting. And once it's established as a source of revenue, it's going to grow. The lifestyle app has many areas of application, but first is a payment system to charge your electric vehicles. It's huge, but it's just starting. Rich content messaging. I think that's very important. Why? Because that takes the place of some of the other low margin business, and I won't say it's the lifeblood, but in China, the way businesses get consumers is through their phones, and this is going to be videos and high definition, and it's higher margin. And this new contract is big. Additional contracts are possible, and soon, and maybe bigger than the one that came out. If all of that transpires, and instead of the sun being at $2, let's say it's at $6, so that the new point at which finger motions price trajectory rotates around, the comet maybe goes out to $30 and comes back to $6. Maybe it goes out to 25 and comes back to 6. Maybe it goes out to 15 and comes back to 6. But the prime broker, plural, are not going to be happy. They're going to ask for more money. The short sellers are not going to be happy. Eventually, Gabriel, the contracts and the revenues and the cash flows and the earnings are going to cause a new sort of point at which the price gravitates around. Not $2. At this point, in my opinion, you could see a short squeeze because nobody's going to want to bring in money to cover those trades. It has nothing to do with news. It has to do with the belief by bigger investors, institutions even, but it has to do with the company getting to profitability, which I think, as I've said before and for months, I think will happen in their third quarter, maybe sooner. We're already in their second quarter, in their third quarter, and that would translate into maybe our fourth quarter. Once that happens, Gabriel, I think we have a whole different story. I think the shorts stop shorting it, and you could get a squeeze, and it could happen quickly. I do think other deals are coming, but I have no access to that information. That, in essence, is my theme on an investment in finger motion. I think it goes from around $2 to $3, $4, $5, $6, maybe a little bit higher, based on its fundamental story. I further think if you're going to be in it day to day, looking for a squeeze, you're going to drive yourself crazy. Me too. Me too. I'm not directing this at you, but we fought it for 2.5 years. The only thing that's going to make finger motion into a fabulous investment is execution on the part of management and Martin Shen. And I think that's coming. We've had to wait. We've had to wait through a pandemic. We've had to wait through other disappointments. The stock did look like it was going to squeeze, but people went elsewhere. And it doesn't matter. You can't blame IR guys that tell you to buy a different stock. It's my opinion that it's almost by accident that retail buying could even trigger a short squeeze. I think it's nearly impossible. I think it has to be an institutional effort, a concentrated effort by big money, big funds who put out the buys. And with finger motion, the reason that you have a hard time understanding the story, and I have a hard time explaining it, is because they do not have a visible, repeatable, revenue, cash flow, earnings trajectory. In any of those 8 or 9 things I talked about, there's nothing I can show you right now that's going on. Now, if they don't get any of those working, the stock's going to go lower. But I think there's already evidence that these are working, but they're in early days. To me, the contract they just announced is massive. But I'm extrapolating a lot of good blue skies, good news ahead. I could be wrong. But I think you have, just for your sanity, finger motion is not COSM. It's not vocal. It's not GTII. It's not, on the other hand, it's not Amazon. But you have management on your side. They got burned once. They're not going to do it again. I think you have visible sources of revenue, cash flow, and earnings that could kick butt. And the company has stated in interviews they believe they could get to break even in the third quarter of this year. Doesn't mean they will, but that's their goal. Once it's profitable, the shorts aren't going to want to short it anymore. Now, I think there will be contracts that come in that get them there. But Gabriel, this isn't a one contract company. The key is that they have the relationship with 3 of the largest telecoms in China, and they have the trust of those telecoms. They have a relationship with 2 of the biggest reinsurers in the world. And clearly they have a relationship in essence with the Chinese Communist Party. It could happen very, very quickly. But if it doesn't, it's the kind of stock that can be held for a double, a triple, that kind of thing. That's how I feel about it. Hang on, Ham wants to talk to you this. Hello? 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 It's a butt dial. Well, I really wanted to talk about other things. I've got to tell you guys, the stock market, I'll just write them down so someday you can look back. I've been saying it. So I'm not going to be able to talk to you. Hello? I am still on. I'm about to sign up. Huh? All right. While we obsess over 1 or 2 names, right now, I believe the stock market, regardless of who wins the election, the S&P is going to go to 7,000 or higher, NASDAQ to 25,000, the industrials to 60,000, Russell 4,000. It's the last chance to make money in a 44-year-old bull market. After it makes those highs, I think we're going to go down by 90% in the big names. It doesn't mean individual stocks can't make money. I'm talking about the indexes. I think silver and gold and platinum are the places to be. But I get buried in talking, and it's okay. It's okay. My frustration isn't directed at anyone. But we get focused on GTII and finger alone. It's okay. We can do that. But one day, I don't know if it's in a month or if it's in 2 years, but one day, the landscape of the market's going to be completely different. I wanted to talk to you about this gold company some of you have invested in, and I think I'll save that for tomorrow because I'm just worn out on this. It's my own fault, just the repetitiveness on it's my own fault. Let me just see. The other night I told you how much I enjoyed your content, but I could hear your content. The audio cut out. I'm sorry about that. I think biotech could squeeze harder than the Democrats. Biotech could be, there's a lot of shorts, a lot of criminality in the biotech business. We're due for a win. Okay, let's cut to the chase. I started at 80,000 and now sitting at 2K between GTI Finger and CJYL. You know, Doug, you've changed your numbers because that's not what you said before. How can me, are you a computer? How can me and others on here get our balance back to the original amount as quickly as possible? I don't know the answer to that. I don't believe you lost 80,000 in those three names. So Doug, good luck. I think GTII, it's a complete wipeout. Whatever you put in there, I don't think you make it back. In Finger, I think Finger is a 2 month to 2 year hold if you want to. You can trade it, you can buy more, you can average down, but I think Finger, based on its fundamentals, is a $30 stock all day long eventually. Does that happen sooner? I don't know. Is there a squeeze? I'm not telling anyone to invest for a squeeze, but Ham believes that the squeeze will come fast and furious and very quickly. I'm not going to talk about the other company. Logic, let me just see where Logic closed. Logic closed at 0.0224. I'm not going to go through the arithmetic, but I'm going to show you the news stories. In May, they had this story. Last week, they had this story. Remember, Ed, news does not matter. In the short-term trading, they sell stock that doesn't exist, breaking the law, manipulating the price down. Now, eventually, the news matters if you incorporate it in your understanding of value per share, earnings per share, revenue, cash flows, growth. Eventually, reality takes its own flight and it brings the valuation with it. They're only able to continue this crime because the value isn't obvious and there aren't buyers. The momentum of cash flow and revenue and earnings, even better, it destroys them. But they're not there yet. Anyway, with Logic, I've gone through the story of how badly Aubrey Advisors handled the de-SPAC. So Logic has had the same plan all along. It got delayed. They obviously had to raise more money because Aubrey Advisors left them broke at the side of the road. But this deal's $100 million deal. In here, I'll just read this to you. I'm not going to read any more than this. This acquisition represents the first in a series of acquisitions targeting a cumulative value exceeding $700 million, focusing on biotech and cell and gene therapy assets. I will read one more sentence on page 3. Logic is, they're going to change their name, by the way. Logic is targeting 6 additional, not just this one, 6 additional strategic acquisitions, all of which are in process right now. Someplace in here, they say it's in LOI stage. All right, here. One more sentence. Last page. The transaction is slated for completion, the $100 million, by August 15th, 2024. This acquisition is the first of 6 biotech-focused companies with subsequent acquisitions already in the letter of intent stage. I hope they announce them all at once. If they use the valuations and if they use arithmetic rather than the stock price, and if they do all the trades kind of at the same time, it's about 80 cents a share. Well, no, sorry. It's about, at 750, it's about 40 cents a share. And if you double that, it's 80 cents a share. Anyways, something like that. The stock's trading at 2 cents. The first deal is worth 5 cents a share or more. There's more deals coming. I don't know. I think the story with Logic is this. It's been a pain in the ass. The shorts are selling stock that doesn't exist. I think Aubrey Advisors' clients destroyed it. And I think there's opportunistic, illegal shorts in the stock. But we know there's 7 deals coming in worth more than $750 million. We get 15% of that. There's a lot of slit between cup and lip in terms of how do you calculate that, and you got to negotiate with each CEO. But if they all work together, it's 80 cents a share, roughly. And if it's more than 750, if it's more than $1 billion and it's growing, it might be approaching $1 a share. I'm not saying that that's going to happen right away. What I am saying is at some point, as these deals are finalized, remember, Ed, this news does not matter. It says in the news that the deal is binding and it will be done in 2 weeks. Doesn't matter. Just doesn't matter. Just does not matter. So what has to happen is probably we have to wait till the deal is finalized. And then the other deals come in. And I personally think Logic is a September stock, and it goes from 2 cents to 4 cents, 6 cents, 8 cents, 10 cents, 20 cents, 25 cents. I don't know. Could go higher, but it's a trade. Everything is good. but they're not going to let you see that it's good. There are some risks. How do they calculate the number of shares? I own Logic, Ed, and I'm actually getting really excited for its value in a year's time. I'm not telling you to hold it for a year, but I'm getting really excited about that. If they already have 6 deals, imagine if they roll up more. Imagine if they get to 2 billion or 3 billion. It's going to be exciting. And they're going to be on the NASDAQ or NYSE, $25, $30, $40 stock. It's pretty exciting. But ignoring all that, we've been waiting for, I have anyway, news which clearly has no effect. Anytime there's good news, they sell it off. If there's bad news, they'll come on here and bash and brag. News isn't it. It needs to be reality. Reality of the deal close. Reality of cash flows. Reality of research. Reality of institutional buying. And once that traction takes hold, I think you're going to see the shorts start to cover, because where are they going to go? So I think you can double your money, triple your money, and more. But it's very frustrating. And I still think you're going to have to wait till September. Next bridge 10Q is out. I'll look at it. That's a good point, Mark. We have to adjust based on what we're experiencing. Yeah, thank you, Ed. Hey, Louis. Yeah, I did get that, Louis. I sent it to the company, I think, and I'll do it again. What I want to tell you on that investment, I'm going to get that sent to you today from the company. I'll give your name to the company, and they'll send you the documents. But what I just heard today on that company is we have received the entire commitment we need to build out. And when I say we, I'm just a shareholder. To build out the pilot plant and go into production. In other words, there's no longer any risk. Well, from a commitment standpoint, anyway, there's no longer any risk that the company isn't financed. It's fully financed. Now, the money still has to come in, and that's always, everything. We got to be negative every step of the way. But it's huge news. It's fantastic news. So it's a great opportunity. Those of you who participated, I think you did a great thing. And I'll follow up with those of you who there's about 6 that still have interest. But it's amazing, Louis. It is amazing. I thought I was going to have to, go all over the world trying to raise the rest of that money. But it's already raised. It's done. So it has all the money we need, which is fantastic. Doug, I tried to answer. I don't believe you, but you're a cut to the chase guy. Right off GTII. Look at Finger as a 2-year investment that could go anytime. But I think in 2 years, it could make your entire investment back. You don't say how much you want. And I just simply cannot believe that you let $80,000 go down to $2,000. I just don't believe it. Hey, Jennifer. Um, who was flirting with you the other day? Somebody was flirting with you. I'm trying to remember who. But it's good to see you here, Jennifer. Any insight into logic? I'm very excited about logic. What's hard to express without going into a 2-hour discussion is we've learned a lot about how the market is. And I think the management of logic's learned that too. Logic, unlike collective audience, is completely divorced from Aubrey advisors. And I agree. I don't know if that other guy was being provocative, but I actually think the healthcare and biotech area is gonna it's gonna be huge. It's where the baby boom generation is going. Everyone wants to live longer except for the shorts. They just want to short everything. Um, Doug Doug says I deemed kind of hard on Sam. Thank you, Doug. I'm glad you're here to watch out for what a jerk I am. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, revenue breakdown. Sounds promising. Here to learn without being told to sell my position or be attacked personally. Sean, I didn't attack you personally. I also didn't tell you to sell your position, but I did say that I don't know. I don't know when you came on. I've spent so many months talking about this that it just surprises me um, that you would find a Reuters boilerplate crap, and then that's going to be a reason to spread fear, doubt, and uncertainty. So um, I don't know. That's how I reacted to it. I apologize if that was wrong. Obviously, Reuters is a very important source of information. From now on, in any stock idea, my first place I'll look is Reuters to see if they have a report on it. Wickedums. I trust politicians more than I trust a hedge fund. I don't trust any of them. I don't listen to them. I just read the blurb. But that guy that's bald that everyone loves to listen to, Rogan, he's saying that Kamala Harris is going to win. Could be. We could become the new hedge funds. But I think we need to, I don't know how to do it, but I think we have to start trading within the system as it is. No one's going to rescue us. No regulator is going to change anything. The stock market is like a train station built on old wooden beams that are riven with termites and multi-layers. And they can't pull out one layer without the whole thing collapsing. They're not going to fix it. So we have to learn to trade within it. Finger motion fundamentally is going to carry its own water, and it's going to be worth a lot more per share. When this market price catches up with that reality, I don't know. Also, finger motion, one of the things finger motion suffers from, I can't tell you this is what they do and this is all they do. They have this, this menu of things they do, and it's kind of hard to process. It's hard to explain, and that makes it not a stock. Someone you can call something. Oh, finger motion. What does it do? Well, it does this. I got to go. Hey, I got my other lines ringing. It needs to have one or two good quarters. And by the way, I left out when I was talking to Gabriel. According to him, the company didn't tell him this. He's got a friend at one of the investment banks, but apparently Finger's going to be meeting with an investment bank, not as raising money necessarily, I don't know, but to tell their story and maybe have their sales force start recommending the stock. That's huge. It's huge. Absolutely huge. And it's a good bank. I know who it is. If that's how it works, it's massive dollars. Why has the company not said it? Oh, God. Guys, I can't do this anymore. I just can't do this anymore. It's not worth it. Okay, Reg FD, Gabriel. The Securities and Exchange Commission regulation, which requires public companies disclose material non-public information which they shared with private individuals to everyone. Also, if they have earnings and forecast calls, they to update analysts, they must simultaneously issue a press release to make that information available to all. Selective disclosure can be made with confidentiality agreements, but otherwise, everything that a CEO knows that's going to have an impact on the price of the stock must be disclosed to everyone at the same time. That's number one. Number two, the CEO is not allowed to pump his own or her own stock by making predictions that they can't back up. Everything has to be just as Finger Motion is doing it. Here's our contract. It's for all cars, and we have 2 cars now. I don't know how big it is, Gabriel. If you want to, Gabriel, I suggest this is how you look at the contract. They received a contract to install this, whatever it was called, C2 device in 2 cars. It's a shitty contract. And that's all it is. Wait, Gabriel, until the contract gets bigger and bigger and bigger before you invest. Wait until Tesla is trading at $1,200 a share before you buy it. All right, here's Bill Miko. Oh, thank you, Bill. Thank you. So this is amazing. Bill says, being a former Harley Davidson dealer, which is great, the Hogs, 31 years. I'm too scared to drive one of those. And secured many state and municipal contracts. I can assure you that the Finger emergency service contract is well above $100,000 per vehicle. So let's assume, I don't know how many vehicles. I don't know how many vehicles it is. I heard 5 million. 5 million. That's a huge contract. It is a huge, huge contract. I don't know how much of that's profit. I would guess it's 10%, 15%, 20%. It's probably not more than that. I don't know. So how much is this going to produce for the finger? I don't know, Gabriel. I have no idea how much it's going to produce. No, I have no idea. I can make educated guesses. If Bill Miko's right on a revenue basis, if it's $100,000 per vehicle, and instead of using 5 million vehicles, we use 2 million vehicles. I believe I have to do your arithmetic for you. Gabriel, I have no idea if this is right, but if you assume 100,000 per vehicle, as Bill Miko is saying, and it's 2 million vehicles, not 5 million, that's 200 billion with a B in revenue over time. But hey, Gabriel, the company hasn't put out a press release to that effect. I don't know that for sure. I think it's better if you wait until the stock is $30 or $40 a share, if it ever is. Before you want certainty in those numbers before you put up the money. That's not investing. That's imitating. Investing is taking the information you have, your gut instincts, and trying to extrapolate, trying to buy when the risk is lowest, hoping that your projections have some validity and then benefit from that increase in value as other people see it. But if you want to be the stallion that leads you know, if you want to be the stallion that's in front of the herd of horses, for example, you got to have that. If you want to be part of the herd, just wait. Just wait, Gabriel. Wait until the next vehicles come out, and I would guess it'll be in the fourth quarter of our fourth quarter, sort of October, November, December, that we'll start hearing, maybe first quarter next year. Just wait until then before you do anything. That's what I would recommend, Gabriel, because I can't give you the numbers. I have no idea. I have no idea. Oh, 100 per vehicle. More than $100 per vehicle. That's my eyesight. Okay. So I take away, double take away my numbers. That was ridiculous, the number I had. So Bill's saying that it's obviously more than $100 a vehicle. That makes sense. Peter Sachs makes a good point. Um, you're a bitter person with even a touch. So Doug, you actually did invest 80,000? Well, if that's real, I'll tell you one thing. I don't know how you could have invested 80,000 and it's only these three stocks. The third stock you mentioned is flat. I mean, it's down slightly. So GTII is a bust. Finger, Doug, I can't believe I don't know how much you bought in Finger. Let's say you paid it's $80,000. Let's say you put 40,000 in GTII. $40,000 in Finger. And in the third stock, maybe you put 10,000. So let's say you only put 30,000 in Finger. I have no idea. But that means you lost everything in GTII. It's gone. But your Finger is probably down. I don't know. What'd you pay for it? You bought $30,000 worth. Let's say you paid $6 a share right at the high. I don't know. You don't give that information. But let's say you paid $6 a share for Finger. So you bought 5,000 shares of Finger. And 5,000 shares of Finger at 5. No, it's 6. Sorry, it's 6. So it's now $2. So it's 10,000. So you're down 20,000 in Finger. Okay, so you're in 3 stocks, Doug, and you're upset. I understand that. You know, all of this you're going through, I'm going through too. But anyway, you've lost the 40,000 in GTII. I don't see any hope of getting that back. Finger, you're down 20,000. And the third stock you mentioned, I'm going to assume you're flat, or as close to flat as possible. All right, so what can you do? In terms of GTII, I don't think it makes sense to sell the stock because you can't. So there are, if you've been listening, there are 3 ways forward. One is that everybody with the lawsuits agrees to step away. They let Reichman have his legacy. He gives back some stock, maybe some money. And the company survives as it is with its shareholders and with its large short position. And then assets are brought into the company that overnight make it worth $5, $10, $15, $20 a share. You could get a short squeeze. I think the odds of that happening are very low because in my judgment, in my opinion, the guy that came in from the Chicago hedge fund came in with the purpose of helping the shorts. So I could be wrong. The second thing is they are in some form of receivership. And to my ears, I'm not a lawyer, the most likely thing is the court will cleanse the company and you'll come out without a short position. Or you'll come out with some sort of non-violent short position. But there is a chance that an arrangement would be made that the company comes out with a live short position and its shareholders. But it's a time frame. It's going to take time. Judges putting that plan through. I'm not enough of a lawyer to tell, but the third alternative is bankruptcy. Bankruptcy is great because it cleanses the company, and when the company comes through bankruptcy, investors can invest in it. But unfortunately, it'll probably wipe out the short position, which is just what they want. That's the goal of the shorts. In bankruptcy, there's no closing transaction. There's no taxes paid. I would call the office of Ann Wagner and make your experience plain to her. All right, so what can you do? You could check with your accountant, and you can wait till the end of the year, but you could write off GTII as a loss, $40,000 loss. If you just hang on to Finger and you don't do anything, you don't buy more, you don't sell calls against your position, you don't trade it, you have 5,000 shares. I mean, you could do the same thing with Finger. You could sell it now, buy it back in 31 days, and also take another $20,000 loss. But the risk is, I think Finger is going to have good experience. Look, when people come back from the beach, September is when things start happening. And I think there's enough out there that Fingers could start showing. I'm not sure you want to be out of Finger for 31 days. I could be wrong. So if you just focus on writing off GTII, and then you hang on to Finger, and let's say it takes until next September, not this September, next September. Let's say your 5,000 shares of Finger go to $20. I don't know. Doug, I think it's likely that Kamala Harris is going to be our next president. If your Finger were to go to $20 in a year, you'd have a $70,000 gain. If you've written off 40,000, that means you only pay taxes on 30,000. You save $20,000 in taxes. You save half your losses in taxes. So you turn what is a horrible situation conceivably into, you got to wait in this idea, but you don't do anything else. You don't put up any more money. You write off GTII. You write it off. You wait if, projection, not a promise. If Finger were to go to $20, you'd have $100,000 in Finger all by itself. If you sold it, then you'd have a $70,000 gain. Under the new capital gains rules, long-term and short-term, under Kamala Harris, Biden, will be 50% tax plus the Obamacare 4.25%, so it's 54% tax, and then you've got your state and local. But if you've written off 40,000, that $70,000 gain, where conceptually you'd be paying over 35,000 to the tax man, it gets reduced. Instead of paying 35,000 to the tax man, you've reduced your gain by your losses, and you only pay 15,000 to the tax man. You save $20,000. So your loss in GTII has value if you establish it, and if finger motion gives you a profit, which I personally think it's very tough. The system is set against everyone, but you have a great team. You have the biggest economy in the world, mobile phones, data. I think you have a company that can do that for you. Now, there are other companies. I'm not going to recommend any to you at all, because it's not good. You're already upset. But there's other companies out there that might be better for you. But I think Finger can make all your money back, and GTII can shelter some of that gain if you establish the loss. On the third stock you mentioned, that's up to you. Do what you want. I don't see any losses there, but then again, I don't know. I don't see any losses there from when I became aware of that stuff. If you somehow knew about it before I ever heard of it, maybe you bought it in the squeeze, and that's on you. Anyway, I hope that helped. Hope that helped. Yes, GTII is dead. Doesn't mean it can't come back to life. Does not mean it can't come back to life. I don't want to. I guess I have to. I guess I just have to. If you paid $9 for GTII, $8.97. That's the highest it's ever been, and you never sold any of it. It's now trading for, I think, if you were to try to sell it now, you would get less than a penny if you got anything at all. GTII has a CEO named David Reichman. A year ago, he decided to take control in his own way, not listening to the people helping him, of the company. He brought in a guy, is a derivatives guy who works at a short fund, as I understand it. He stopped doing things that were helpful to shareholders. For well over 9 months, I think from July, from a year ago, I've been warning people about the palace intrigue, about the fact that Reichman had to go, about the fact that the Reichman and his biggest investors were at loggerheads. I didn't use that word, but that's what I was describing. Now, in good faith, the big investors were trying to work with him. So it was nearly impossible to predict exactly how the year would go. Now it's evident to everybody. But like many of you on here, just only say the sure thing. I can't win for losing. But we will win no matter what. I learned on Wall Street that when an analyst comes out with a strong buy and you listen around the squawk box with rapt attention to her every word and every report, and she comes on and she says everything's great, the contracts are great, blah, 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 blah. But our recommendation remains a buy. Well, if the price hasn't really changed much, if she's changed that not because of price action, you go, wait a minute, she's gone from a strong buy to a buy. She's saying all the good things, but why is she doing that? I mean, it's a buy, but it's not a strong buy. What does that mean? And then the next time she moves it to a speculative buy, and then she moves it to a hold. These are signals. She's trying to tell you slowly, maybe this investment is a source of funds for better ideas. That's what she's trying to tell you. Anyway, GTII, if the people that are at loggerheads now, and that the stock's a penny, if finally David Reichman recognizes that he has no magic running a company, and if shareholders want to work together to bring assets in to make it a $9 stock again, everybody has to walk away from the lawsuits now and sign mutual releases and then bring the assets. They got to know what they're doing when they bring the assets in. It's not flipping houses. It's not getting people to run a 4-bedroom. But on the other hand, it's not brain surgery either. If that happens, I would say there's a 25% odds that GTII could be rebuilt so you could make all your money back. It would take 18 months. If I were in charge of it, my motto would be, after we started, $9 in 9 months. But I give that 1 in 5, 1 in 4 chance of happening. It is in receivership. The company did not make its financial filings. And this is a company whose business model was to incubate private companies, and their specialty, their secret sauce, their added skill was doing the financial filings on time and professionally. So you have to ask yourself, why didn't they file their financials? They're not difficult. There's no revenue. It's not difficult, these filings, all of a sudden. I can only think of 2 reasons. David Reichman's lawyers told him, do not make any more statements. admissions, because you're in a lot of trouble. Stop doing it. That's one reason. The second reason, possibly, all in my opinion, is the guy from the short hedge fund. He said, let's not make the filing. Let's pretend we don't have enough money. He wouldn't have to say that out loud. He'd just say we don't have enough money. Then it goes into the expert market and it helps the shorts. These two reasons lead me to believe that there is no motivation on the part of current management to help you make money. That's receivership. And then there's bankruptcy. I don't see any reason to spend 45 minutes, 2 hours a day discussing GTII. You can't buy it now, you can't sell it. If you buy it now, it better be for a long-term reason. They won. They won in GTII. Now, I think finger motion can make the money. But hear me, I'm not saying all at once. And I'm not telling you it's going to squeeze tomorrow. Now, if you listen to the rest of my market forecasts, if I'm right about this whoosh upward, finger motion could have a short squeeze. But I just want you to stop thinking that way, to remove the anxiety from your life. We have been in this for 2 years. I could have gotten a master's degree in gender studies in that time frame, and I could have a job in the Obama administration. But we've been spinning our wheels. Do we continue to spin our wheels, or do we acknowledge that the other side has this under control? I see no surprises in GTII. The only thing that's going to cause a squeeze, in my judgment, is an out of the left field surprise that causes buying. And everybody else needs proof. I don't know why I don't. It seems only logical to me that Alpine filed lawsuits in Florida, was about to lose, moved them to DC. And now they're running out of time too. And all of a sudden, the stock's in this expert market. So even if FINRA kicks off Alpine goes into court and says, Your Honor, your offer, we acknowledge our large short position that the NSCC put in writing, but according to the expert market, the market for the stock right now on the bid is 0.00003113. And we can close out our positions there. I'm making it up. And she says, oh, it's the expert market? Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Dismissed. Guys, stop obsessing about GTII. I wouldn't sell it right now. It is possible that there's good luck and good events over the next 5 months. But by the end of the year, if there is not, I would write off GTII to 0 on your tax returns. Check with a professional tax advisor. If you establish the loss when Kamala Harris is president and you have gains, if you have them, maybe it's when you sell your house. Those losses will save you on your taxes. It will mean that the tax bracket that Kamala Harris will put through, that half of your losses will become valuable to you. I put 25,000 into GTII. It's horrible. Oh God. I lost more money than you did in GTII. I'm not trying to tell you my dick is bigger than yours. I'm sure it isn't. What I'm trying to tell you is I'm going through this with you. If GTII is the only stock you own, and it's the only stock you bought, and that's the only capital that you have, that's shite. It's shite. But if you also bought Finger, if you maybe bought one or two others, I mean, for me, I have uh, just a couple of things I have. I have Logic and I have MMTOP. Can those make it back for me? I have some Finger, I have some this and that smattering. But guess what? The money's lost. It's gone. There are alternative ways to make money. These shit stocks aren't the way necessarily. But we will win no matter what. When I first got in the business, the Dow Jones was either 600 or 700. The Dow was under $1,000. And it was under $1,000 for at least a year when I got in the business, maybe longer. Everybody went to Duke Ziebert's. Actually, it might have been called Mel Krupin's then. Everybody went to Mel Krupin's to celebrate when the Dow broke 1,000. But before that, you know what was making money? All these over the counter stocks, all these small stocks. So it can happen. It's just not happening now. Please. I'm not here, we will win, to give false hope. In my judgment, GTII is over with. Any money, your $25,000 is gone. If you hang on for the next few months, let Richard Hoffman and these other guys maybe arrange for something with the help of the whales that brings value into GTII prior to a judge wiping out the shorts position. There might be something there. So wait, see what happens. August, September, October, November, December. If nothing happens, that's good, and it goes into receivership, it goes into bankruptcy, you're probably looking at a year to 2 years. So in November, December, call your accountant and say, look, I want to write this off. I want to write it down to zero. I lost $25,000. I want to take my tax loss. If you live in the United States, worst case, you can take 3,000 of that loss as a deduction, dollar for dollar, against your income. In other words, if you make 63,000 in a year, you can take 3,000 off of your income, so you save the taxes on $3,000 for 1 year. And you could do that for 10 years, as long as you have that tax loss carried forward. It's not exciting, but at least you're making back some of what you lost on the $25,000. If you took a $25,000 loss and you never had another gain again in anything, you never made money in another trade, you could write off $3,000 a year against your income for 8 years. For 8 years. I don't know what your tax bracket is, but if we assume it's 40%, I don't know. Well, with state and local, let's assume it's 50%. Let's assume it's 50%. So you save $1,500 a year, federal, state, and local, times 8. That's worth $12,000. It's boring. It's not in your account in black and white, but that $25,000 you lost, you can get 12,000, 13,000 of it back in tax savings. It's not exciting, I know, but it's not zero. It's not zero. The other thing is, if you want to try to make that 25 grand back, you do not have to make it back in GTII. You can make it back in something else. Silver right now is $31. It'll be $300. When? I'd say within 3 years, within 2 years. But we have to talk about GTII. Yeah, I think Finger has great prospects. I really do. I wouldn't be talking about it so much. It's not fully formed yet. It's not fully formed yet, but it's getting there. And you couldn't have a better CEO. And Finger is not GTII. Most of us know Trump had his casino company. It went to 250. Our trades are never the right choice. Reason is that emotionally you will not be able to handle such a trade and you'll make stupid errors. Yeah, Peter, I'm not much of a trader, and I find it's always difficult to sell. I think GTII gave us chances to sell, both at significant gains, but also on the way down. It's very hard to sell. So it's a very humbling thing. The best thing to do is to not overpay for a stock. And I don't think at $2 you're overpaying for Finger. And then if it runs, you take money off the table. You don't leave it all. But it's a hard lesson. It's so hard to do. In our case, if you believed, as I did, that by controlling most of the float amongst all of us and others, and the stock price going up, and the fact that there was a warrant issued as a special dividend, exercise price 275, and the stock was 897, and Fidelity was paying 1,000% to borrow it. People were exercising their warrants. The brokerage firms were naked short the warrants, and Wells Fargo took away the buy button, and you thought, oh my gosh, it's really going to go. This squeeze is on. I didn't plan on this superior company coming in called Cosmos with contracts on multi-continents, with a CEO who wasn't going to do a reverse split and wasn't going to deal with the shorts and was going to go on upstream. It was a complete kneecap of the short squeeze that was going on. But they always win. They always win because they'll do and say anything. It's about money for them. They'll lie. They'll bribe. They'll steal. Obviously, they'll break laws. They'll collude. They'll buy congressmen. They'll buy regulators. They'll buy lawyers. That's what they did. So for me, I made the mistake. Wow, I should have seen it. And then I was stubborn because I felt like the company was still trying to do things. I thought the warrant as a dividend was working. And why wouldn't it keep working? Just stupid decisions in retrospect. Because once the bubble popped, all that was left was for the air to come out of the balloon. You couldn't put the Humpty Dumpty back together again. You could not put pressure on the stock price back together again. The shorts won. They bribed their way. They paid off guys. They did it by getting COSM to come out in front of us. The CEO didn't, as far as I know. It was these two other guys. But effectively, just like Roger the Rabbit, and just like the Penthouse picture guy, it was a way of coming in front of this group of investors and raising money. Anyway, that was where I made my mistake. That's where I made my mistake. I didn't, for the life of me, I could not see why $8 was the maximum of the squeeze. I just couldn't see it, with Fidelity paying 1,000%, etc. But then when the balloon popped, I guess I just didn't look at it honestly enough or something. I just didn't believe that the story was over. I was hanging on to the idea. But it didn't take too long. It was probably the first quarter of that next year that I stopped talking about GTII as a squeeze candidate. Actually, as much of anything at all. I started focusing on Finger and some other things. So, but that didn't help me make money. Didn't help me. The main thing I learned is not to rush into anything. I still gave 2,000 shares, still have 2,000 of each of those. Well, Finger would just have to go to 13 for you to make all your money back. Well, I don't know how much you paid for those 2,000 shares. So if Finger went to 15 or 20, you'd probably have all your money back. I think that's possible. I'll leave it there. I just decided to go all in on Logic. So what moon prices and by the end of the year in Logic? I don't think Logic's going to moon. I think Logic is under short attack. The stock is easy to borrow. And I don't think you should chase it up. They've expanded the number of shares to authorized to 300 million. If I use that number and we retain 15%, and the first deal is valued at 100 million, the value per share is 5 cents on the first deal. There's 6 more in LOI. They're worth $750 million plus. You assume the same number of shares because it's all happening at the same time. That's an assumption. It may be wrong. And you assume 15%. That's 40 cents a share for Logic. 40 cents a share. Now you can double the 40 cents to 80 cents or something if the company brings in more revenue. But let's just leave it at today the stock is 2 cents. On August 15th, they will, by the press release, they will have finalized the acquisition worth 5 cents, assuming they use 100 million as the value, they use 15% to us, and they do arithmetic. They don't use the market price. It's worth 5 cents to us. Let's assume the rest of the transactions get completed in September. Why? Because they have enough money to get through the third quarter. If they go into the fourth quarter, they're going to have to do all sorts of filings again and maybe raise more money. Let's just assume there's an incentive to get those done in September. That's 40 cents or better. So today the stock is 2 cents. I'd say that you could target a 20-cent exit price. Maybe more. Now, there is a large short position, but the stock is easy to borrow. Could it go to 50 cents, 80 cents, a dollar in some sort of miniature short squeeze? Sure. And that would be a clear time to take profits. But I'm not predicting that. I'm saying from 2 cents, you could get 4 cents, double, 6 cents, triple, 8 cents, whatever that is, 10 cents, whatever that is, 20 cents, 10x. It's a trade. Now, on top of that, I'm starting to believe logic might be a long-term hold. But we'll let the news tell us that. We'll let the next, let's see how it flows. What's the risk with logic? The other side doesn't care about news. They don't care about, oh, it's going to be great. This is good. They're bringing this in. And then they've heard it all before. It doesn't matter. They'll just keep selling. So when the stock goes up, they sell. And so a guy like Doug is either upset and angry, which I understand, or he's trying to get people to buy it so he can short it. There's the counterfeiters are your hedge funds, your retirement funds, and it's the clients of Jeff Easton and et cetera. But it's also these day traders, these opportunists. They're paid off. They collude and cheat. They multiply like cockroaches. Anyway, that's I don't see any mooning in logic. You can buy it. You bought it at a penny. Well, all right. Let's talk about that. I think there could be a rationale for trying to buy GTII at a penny if, one, you realize the odds are you're going to lose all that money. Two, if you don't obsess about it and try to be like, I got to trade it right away. The possibility is that as the company goes forward, not without Hoffman, they file their filings and then the stock starts trading again. 1 penny might go to 3 pennies. I don't know, 5 pennies. And you could trade out then. So it's not a stupid thing to do at all. But you have to do it in the right framework. And John, to me, it just confirms what I think is that the bid is probably much less than a penny. So as soon as you pay a penny, as it stands right now, I think it's I could be wrong, but I think it's highly unlikely you can make a profit. But John could go out, maybe put an order out at 4 cents, 5 cents. And if it went off, that's a nice trade. It's really speculative. And you're operating in the dark. And you're counting on volatility. And John, I think also you're counting on if the shorts truly want to cover, I would guess anything up to 5 cents to them is a home run. I got it. Yeah, KYP. I'll go take him out. My impulsive and hopeful dreaming got the best of me. Well, I don't think I was impulsive, and I guess I would have to tell that other guy sometime you have to act quickly because sometimes the price doesn't stay where it was. But I think what I made the mistake in was not recognizing how all-encompassing a reach the other side has. And I'll tell you, I just learned it. I mean, I read this out to you guys the other night, almost all of it. It's just incredible what you learn. I zig between the stocks, just I don't know. I think it's your fault maybe in one way, but I actually think it's the fault of the market, Doug. I think Ann Wagner right now has the responsibility from Congress. I think the SEC, FINRA, over-the-counter markets, and NASDAQ, and your broker-dealer, the rules are right there. The rules are right there. They've been there for almost 100 years, 90 years, but they're not enforcing them. So I don't know. I think, Doug, the people I just named should fully disclose to you as an investor that if you see an imbalance from short selling, that you should expect that there won't be a countervailing buying in the stock, because the securities markets, the regulators, the broker dealers, Congress, SEC, they do not enforce settlement. So you made a decision, as I did too, that eventually these shares would have to be bought back in. And I think we were right. The evidence is there. But the ability to delay, the ability to hire people to come in here and scare everyone, the ability to come in with a new co or two or three or four and take money out of the sales, they won. They won. And they took our money. And I blame it on the market, the regulators. And I think the president that set it in motion was Bill Clinton. The idea that markets can regulate themselves, which is hogwash. So I don't think it's your fault. Hey, DeVilio, I made a mistake in one apology. I don't remember it. You don't have to apologize. I don't mind people being upset or having different points of view or expressing things in frustration. What I do not like is people coming in here to bully or to spread FUD or just to be inane, to try to protect their trades. And I hate being called things that there's no justification for it. But I also hate that each of you are losing money, and that weighs on me. I can't do anything about GTII. All I can point out is at the 50%, 54% tax bracket level, which we're all going to be in under Kamala Harris, but please vote for her because she is your first African American woman ever to be president. And I listened to Trump went to the National Association of Black Journalists or something, a weird name. And the woman from ABC was completely rude, dishonest, and wouldn't let him talk. Then the microphones, he couldn't hear the other one. But he went, and he only had a short period of time, so I think he probably bombed. But I thought he did a good job. I think by showing up, he showed he cares. But anyway, I think it's very likely we're going to have Kamala Harris as our next president, and Gary Gensler as our Treasury Secretary. Um, I would say Shapiro as our vice president, because she has to win Pennsylvania. But it's not about winning, it's about showing enough that everyone believes she won. And then we're going to have 54% capital gains taxes, short term and long term. There is some value there. But I don't know how to turn the page on a long, lonely highway. I don't know how to turn the page. We just have to keep fighting. And if you want, we can just keep focusing on GTII. And in 6 months, we'll keep focusing on GTII. And we won't have done anything to advance our individual agendas to be financially independent. I think right now it's the summertime and the markets are correcting and people are scared of Nvidia down and these other stocks down. I think when the traders get back to their desks in September, and maybe sooner, I think the stock market could go up 50%. And then that's it for the bull market that has existed in the United States stock market in the big shares, the big index, since probably 82. So it's basically 42, 44 years. That bull market is going to be over. Is it this year, next year? It's going to be over. We can spend that last opportunity to make money just talking about GTII. I think that upside, by the way, is going to help finger motion, but it's not a reason to buy finger motion for a squeeze. I am persuaded that in GTII finger and certainly in vocal, but in almost all the stocks that we have studied, they have them under control. They have them under control. Doesn't mean a surprise can't come. But if I'm sitting here saying the same thing in 6 months, I'm going to go to an old age home in 10 years and I'm going to rely on the charity of the Catholic sisters. There's no money to be made in GTII, at least right now. That can change. But to constantly talk about each and every day means already I have not spoken about what I wanted to come on and speak about because my energy level's down. It's just so frustrating. I can't believe it. But I suggested to people, I think a month ago, it might have been longer than that now, that a company I'm invested in was seeking funds and that I would connect you with the company, a small gold company, which could be not only a single or a double or a home run, it could be a grand slam, it could be the entire World Series. They just got fully funded. They're fully funded by commitment. By commitment. I have to find out when the money's coming in. I still have an opportunity because I've been working, maybe only small, and maybe only today and tomorrow, or maybe by Monday, for people to come in that the transaction I was working on. But instead of being able to talk about that, where people can come in at 4 cents a share, they could lose everything. They could go to zero. 4 cents a share. One of the exits was, what if they didn't raise the money and they just sold the company? That was 40 cents as an exit. 40 cents as an exit. Now they've raised the money. They've raised the money with the caveat it's not in yet, but it's a reliable source. What's the second exit? They're going to build, rebuild, and further build and retrofit the pilot plant. It'll take, once the money's in, it'll take 90 days. Then they'll start producing gold, assuming success, which that's why you build it out, to make sure that it works. But in my opinion, the success is preordained. But that's opinion. But if that works, just with what's there right now, that's and they sell the company. They just sell it. They don't produce it. That's a $4 exit. That's 4 cents to $4. What? I'd say, let's just say within a year, the contract to be signed. I don't know how long the whole process is. $4. Then there's all manner of, if it's successful, doing a joint venture or just doing it on our own. And that's $40. And by the way, each of those targets, you could triple them and still be in the realm of possibility. So 4 cents, I don't see any longer that there's a risk that the exit will be 40 cents. Why? They raised the money. So then the question is it successful? I don't even think the risk is that the 4 cents goes to zero if it's not successful, because using standard technology with the high gold prices of today, I think there'll be something left. I should try to calculate that. I wouldn't be surprised. Let me just do one quick calculation. Let me just say times. All right, it's so. No, that's amazing. That's amazing. I actually think if the pilot plant doesn't work because of high gold prices right now, it's possible that even if that disappointed, they could sell it as is for 80 cents a share to Barrick Gold, or because they can use the standard. But anyway, I wouldn't count on that. I would mentally say if the pilot plant doesn't work, it goes to zero, or it takes more time, which is the same thing. I think that's low odds. So anyway, 4 cents to $4 or $40 or more. And we should know sort of 6 to 9 months, and maybe it takes a year and it could start trading again. And instead we talk about GTIM. But anyway, it is my commitment to hear you about GTII, to try to answer everything, to be here for everybody that invested in it. That is my commitment. I hope you understand sometimes I get frustrated and overreact, and I'm sorry for that. I don't, I can't, I'm not going to talk about that, but there's no way, at least from when I was aware of that stock, that you're losing anything. I mean, maybe, but it's, anyway, I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, Lance. I hate talking about race. I hate it. I just hate it. I thought everything's divided by race. And when Trump went on there, they immediately attacked him. I think with complete misrepresentations of anything he ever said. But instead of reacting to those, he tried to answer. But in essence, they're just focusing on the fact that he's a white man. It's just all shit. I hate focusing on race. I put 80 grand in 3 years ago. It dropped to around 50. But so you put 80 into something other than Finger and GTII, like AMC. And so it was 50 when you got into GTI and Finger with most of GTII. Well, that most is gone, in my opinion. But I don't know. If you had 50 grand and you put 40 into GTII and only 10 into Finger, I think Finger can make back. It won't be this exalted, I'm going to be rich for the rest of my life money, but I think Finger can make back what you lost. And I think you can take advantage of tax loss savings and you can get back whole. There's other trades out there too. There's other trades out there. All right, so you got in at 50. I wish that, it's too bad, Doug, that you were more heavily weighted in GTII. But I think even if you only have a quarter of it in Finger or a fifth of it in Finger, over time, not only can Finger make back that 50K, I think it can make back the 80K and maybe with a return on it. But there's other stocks out there. I would say that Wolf has finally broken the chains of the shorts, but you got to be ever wary of their tricks. So maybe you buy the stock and buy puts. But I think Wolf could triple. I really think gold stocks, the Van Eck Junior Mining Fund, I had the chart here. I don't know if I can bring it up. But not even the junior one. The junior, by the way, is not much different than the big one because they all invested in the same companies anyway. I can't find that chart. But I think that could take off. There's other things to trade. Um, yeah, it's shit. It's shite. Sorry, that GTII is uh, a complete and utter washout. Um, it didn't play out the way it was projected. I don't think it's over, just to be clear, but I think mentally you have to write it off. You just have to write it off. I think Finger, Doug, is on the verge of meeting with an important investment bank. I think it's on the verge of institutional sponsorship. Maybe not while it's at $2, but eventually. I think it's on the verge of a financing that's going to be non dilutive. I think it's on the verge of additional contracts potentially. But most importantly, I think the things they've been working on will start to coalesce either in their third quarter or fourth quarter, which is our fourth quarter or first quarter. And we'll start to be able to project things. The market may well discount the future growth and give the stock a $5, a $10 valuation. I don't know what you paid for Finger, but if Finger were to get profitable, and that was projected to last for years, I could see the stock in the 20, 25, 30, 35 range. And then the shorts are gone. You could get a squeeze and all that. But I think Finger can get there all by its own self. How do you factor in the fact that I've said that I also think we're heading for a big economic nightmare over the next, I hope it takes longer than a year. I hope it's over the next 5 to 10 years, so we have time to prepare. Well, in my opinion, Finger motion, as long as there's satellites, as long as there's a need to communicate among human beings, as long as people want to buy insurance, as long as they want to charge their vehicles, as long as they want to shop online, as long as, I think Apple Care has been delayed, but eventually Apple Care could come back, and as long as they buy those warranties, those kind of businesses will thrive even in a depression. People had phones in the depression here, and they'll have phones in the future. I'm not sure that the depression, it'll be worldwide as the house of cards, which is the United States financial empire, collapses. But I'm not sure the recovery is going to be US led. We can't produce tanks anymore. I don't think we produce cars anymore. We do some. I think it'll be China, Russia. Maybe Vietnam or Thailand, but maybe India, maybe Brazil. So when the markets recover, when integrity comes back, when deficit spending floods to rebuild the world, I think it's really possible that the economic shift, which has been predicted and aided by the United States, I think our politicians are purchased by the CCP. I think economic power can switch to China and that economy can boom. I lived in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I was young, but the one thing I remember about the Chinese back then, uh, Kuala Lumpur was Malay, but it was also Chinese, and those are some of the hardest working people I had ever seen. Always working, always commerce, 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 commerce. And what do you need? You need phones, and you need insurance, and you need data. So I think finger motion, the problem is we each are going, oh, MMTOP, when is it going to be resolved? Or we're going, GTII, finger motion, when's the squeeze? When's the squeeze? When's the news? To me, the squeeze comes completely out of the blue. And we're going to go, what the F is going on? That's my opinion. So I don't think you invest in finger for the squeeze, but I think I don't get me wrong. I trust Ham's analysis. I think the shorts are going to get caught out. It's the aspect of just being anxious for it every day that I just think we have to let that go so we can have a clearer head. Based on what I see with finger motion, and there's other stocks don't, and I wish I could talk about other stocks, except I'm just buried in GTII and this. But that's I guess that's the debt I have to lay in. There are other stocks though that can perform well, but the more I study finger, the more I meet the CEO, I know the investors. I just can't. I cannot pick how finger motion fails. I can see where it's going to take a lot longer, but I don't see how it outright fails. I could change my mind, of course. Her mother is Indian. Well, she grew up in Canada, by the way, and she always lived the good life. She went here to Howard, apparently. Howard is it's a good school. My my aunt went there, believe it or not. My step aunt. It's a good school. It's right up over here. But I don't think I don't think going to college there suddenly makes her um, without a squeeze in finger. Where do I think the price will be by the end of the year? I'd rather tell you where I think the price could be very dramatically. I think the stock could be a 30, 40, $50 stock. Uh, just based on what they have going on. What you need to do is prove the revenues, prove the cash flows, prove the earnings. It has to be predictable, repeatable. The stock price has to come up. They don't do any more toxic financings. You get institutional buyers and you get sponsorship of an institutional investment bank. This stock can go from $2 to $20 very quickly. It could go to $50. But rather than get caught up in short-term targets, if you that's what I should do all in. I said that last week. I should sit down and do that. Not going to do it tonight. But you take out a pad of paper and that stupid salesman trick I hate sales. I hate it. They would teach you, sit down and say, what would Ben do? Benjamin Franklin. And then you write down the pros and the cons. I hate all that crap. But what you can do, all in, the research is out there, the interviews are out there, the numbers are out there, and maybe I'll do it for everybody. But you write down what's your goal with Figure, since you're already in it. And then you can write a question mark, squeeze or fundamentals or both. But then you try to write down all the positives that you know. And you risk those. You risk them. And then you write down some negatives too. And you think, well, this is how I see all the good stuff. But what about the bad stuff? What about it's in China? What if we go to war? What if the dollar collapses? Well, the yuan might be worth a lot more than the dollar then. So earnings in China might be worth a ton to a US based company. So you just got to write all those things down. I think in this case, we have to recognize that there is an organized crime family or many families who own Gensler, they own Congress, they are run by Goldman Sachs and by BlackRock and Vanguard and the rest. Every single stock, which trades on the over the counter, trades on NASDAQ, under, say, $1 billion, maybe under $500 million. Who needs capital? They're going to be shorted to oblivion. And it's done without a heart. It's almost like it's done by the Terminator machines in that movie. It just never quit. So anyway, I think Finger, if everything plays out, and there's so much projection in what I'm thinking that any fund that would buy it now, there's other things they can buy. But as the quarters pass and things get a little more definitive and there aren't delays, I think Finger, it's hard to say because the upside is huge, but I think Finger is a $30, $35, $40 stock. And it could be much higher than that. So what does that mean for the end of the year? I think their second quarter, which is what we're in right now. Let me just think that out. February, March, April, May, June, July. Yeah, technically today is the last day of their second quarter. I think it'll be good. I think their second quarter will be good, solid, but not spectacular. I think this coming quarter and the following quarter is where you hope to see them cross into profitability. And maybe that'll be led by an insurance contract, an insurance campaign. It might be led by rolling out of this new contract, but there could be a brand new contract out there. I mean, I heard things. I heard things. That's what Robert De Niro says. I've heard things. Anyway, Let me say where I think it'll be by the end of the year. I would say $6. $6. It could be higher, 7 or 8, but $6. And it could go higher than that before it gets to the end of the year. I think finger motion is going up. I don't think it's going up in August. I think it's going up in September. I think its value is right now is $6, $7, $8 to me. So that's what I'll say for now, $6. I can't read it. A good yen. I don't know what a yen is. I need a good yen. I need a lot of yen. Yeah, Ham is a trader. Accumulation is the way to break them. It's not all in, that's right. And it needs to be slow. But also, Peter, the thing Ham is good at, and I've listened to him, he's fantastic. He calls trades, and if you listen to him, and my goal would be someday to have a small account with maybe 10 grand in it. And if he's still giving ideas, just put $1,000 in each one. He can make money. If he did this full time, he'd be making 30, 40 grand a month. Yeah, I don't think she's African American. But that's all that race shit. I don't think her experience is the same. But I'm obviously a white guy, but I'm not the kind of white guy that um, I mean, I benefited by being white, no question. But I mean, small things I notice. Like you guys don't notice it anymore. But when I was younger, in my teens and 20s, and I lived up in Adams Morgan, I could walk into any store and I'm all right. But you couldn't do that if you were a young African American guy. Women could, but the guys couldn't. And that's unfair. But, my heritage isn't British and it's not the Germans. It's much more humble than that. And everyone that came into the United States from my forebears, they all came in broke, and they all came in, what's the saying they'd have? No, no. I hate using that word. I'm not going to use it. No blanks, no dogs, no Irishmen. It wasn't. It's stupid to judge all men by being white. And I think it's really stupid that somehow, over 300 or 400 years of terrible abuse caused by white society on Africa, I don't know what the name to call back then, terrible names. Somehow women get exempted, and all the blame comes on white straight men. White gay men didn't do anything. White women didn't do anything. I don't know. It's just insane. This dividing everything up by race and gender is just insanity. And it's the left doing it. I don't see any of it on the right. I see some obliviousness, but when a reporter from ABC attacks Donald Trump, she's being the intolerant one, not he. And I don't think what people, he's obviously he's older than we are, but it wasn't his generation. He's oblivious. I mean, I wish he had picked Byron Donaldson. Donaldson. I think the strength of that imagery would have spoken for itself. But the left would have gone after Donalds too. It just, there's no way of winning. The media would have gone after him. I don't know. We've got to stop breaking apart with race and gender. We just got to. But we're not, that's not the way it is. It's all identity politics. She was asking him, is Kamala Harris a DEI hire? And he said, we've got to define that. And she said it means diversity. I don't know. I don't know. Equitableness and inclusion. I don't know what it means. DEI. And he said, well, what does it mean? But she's so stupid. She thought by defining the DEI, that's what he was asking. He was asking, what do you mean by a DEI hire? But she didn't answer that. She just wanted to trap him in her intolerance and her view of him as racist and white supremacist. I don't think Trump is that way, but you know, I don't know him personally. But the thing is, it's the generation before him that was so awful. And it's still there, right? When I went to school, there were a couple of, anyway, whatever. It's what I stood up against a long time ago. But it's isolated. It's just so isolated. The country is short of anyway, we're not going to move on if we just all we see is we judge each other by you got to have X amount of women, X amount of, it doesn't make sense. What needs to happen, I think, is everybody's got to have the same opportunity for school. And then we'll get through it. It's, by the way, KYP, it's hot out. I can't walk him right now. All right. You know, Bill Michael, I'll point that out again. My eyesight's so bad, I thought you wrote 100,000. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. That's a mistake. It's funny, Peter. Sometimes if you're trying to build something, sometimes you do bet it all on one, or you bet 80%. And then you can average it out. So it's when you know something, you bet it. But I agree with you. You want to have it spread out. Let me go to the bottom. I'm practical. I don't know if I'm practical. Yeah. No, I agree, Lance. I think she's going to find out that what I understand, Lance, around the world, not just in the United States. There's a trend, and I listen. There's a woman on YouTube named Melanie King. I really like her. Um, I think she did the video that I watched, but it might have been a different one. Anyway, um, particularly among younger voters, men are turning to conservative parties, and women are far left. And and it's not race. It's it's gender in that sense. Um, but yeah, she's just pandering, and I don't think she's going to appeal to the African American community. Although the first indications are that there's plenty of women that will vote for her because she's so-called black and she's a woman. I don't, I don't think she, I don't think she's as untalented as Republicans assume. Ted Kennedy talked about how his he's Ted Kennedy, and I met him a couple of times. I was in his house, and he literally bumped into me, and then he was at a restaurant. But Ted Kennedy was himself. But then there was Ted Kennedy that came up on the podium or came up in front of the microphone, and he'd take a deep breath, and then there was that Ted Kennedy, the cameras, the glamour, the bad, the good. And she's good at that. I think she's good at that image stuff. I think there's a good chance she's going to be president soon, too. And she'll have the power of the incumbency. I think Joe is in there right now to give the people who have come into the country maybe social security numbers and the right to vote, maybe citizenship, but give them the right to vote. And then he might be there to push through some other uh, items that Kamala doesn't want to be judged on. And once he's done with that, I think she becomes president. And it's got to be killing Hillary Clinton. It's got to be killing her. It's got to be killing her. I'm an obvious mess. Let me see. I enter GTI and figure. Oh, you're an anxious mess. I can't read. See, that's that anxiety. That's what kills you. Uh, and as somebody said here, if your bet was probably too big, but that doesn't help now to hear that, does it? So you're at a place where you are. I guarantee you're younger than I am. And believe it or not, there will be opportunities to make that back. But you have to change your framework. Anxiety is the worst. I know. I know. I know. If people can get you anxious, you start making bad decisions. So anxiety is not good. But you have to be willing to recognize you're probably not going to make your money back in GTII. I wouldn't say the odds are zero, but they don't look good right now, but that can change. So then you ask, where can I make my money back? Of all the stocks we've talked about over the last year or so, that aren't in the resource area, that aren't things I like, I think Finger has the best chance to make your money back. There are other stocks that I would recommend and suggest that you look at if you add money to your position. But I think maybe you just don't listen to new ideas. You don't put new money in. You just hold on to the cash. Let's see what Finger does, and go from there. But if you're anxious, it's a terrible position to trade from. You'll just lose more money. Um, I'd like somebody to tell me how to trade call options on the Russell index. I don't know how to do it. I wrote down the symbol, but I think if now's the time to buy them while the Russell looks weak. You got to buy calls when no one else wants to. It's the ebb and flow of life. All right, have I come to the end of all these questions? I hope so. Let me go to get questions up here. Yeah, I like this. I don't, I always thought you were, but I agree with you. I think, all right, I think I'll call it there. Um, Tomorrow, I'll try to do a short bit on this gold story again because it's going to go away. I think I've got today's Wednesday. I probably have Thursday, Friday, maybe until Monday to give my indications of interest, and then it'll be over with. I'm guessing. I'm not trying to cause a false urgency. It's just once it's spoken for, it's spoken for. All right. I saw something. Um, oh my gosh. God bless him. A 20-year-old college football player passes away after a workout. He was 20 years old. Denali Smith, Graceland University. He was a true leader, had a heart of gold, never had a bad day. Latoya Mills, his mother said. He was the definition of positive. Oh gosh. Bless him in heaven. He looks like he kicked my ass with one arm. He's 20 years old. His cause of death has not been determined. His 21st birthday would have been Thursday. Oh, God bless him. God bless her. Oh, there. I should have read that to you. Um, It's too it's too it's too long to read, but it says they spend a long time talking about themselves. But I'm going to skip that. Let's look. I'm just seeing if there's any news to share. Oh, Lordy. They're saying Trump triggered a race debate. I guess. I don't know. Blame it on him. The United States certainly will defend Israel if it's attacked by Iran. Do you know this guy Blinken, who's running our foreign policy? His grandparents, and maybe even his parents, but his grandparents, are Ukrainian. Russia holds third phase of tactical nuclear drills same day as Ukraine receives its first F-16s. Swell. I wouldn't want Trump to get in there. We'd be at war everywhere if Trump became president. U.S. stocks gained amid tech strength. All right, let me just look two more places. See if there's a headline. No laughing matter. Oh, that Lance Underwood. This is written by Maureen Callahan. We are now suffering through another unthinking coronation by the liberal media. I'm going to skip all of the beginning and just go to the bullet points. I hope there's bullet points. There are no bullet points, right? There's 6 things about to elect Kamala Harris would be disastrous for many reasons. It would mean that America, after realizing that a shadow government may have been in control over the last 4 years, is perfectly comfortable with electing another figurehead. Hollywood loves her. The mega donors are back to the tune of 200 million and counting. The party has coalesced around Kamala while Team Trump finds itself just weeks after the attempted assassination on the back foot. All true. Trump is already on the defensive. Out front making race baiting remarks. It was the journalist that did that. Oh, about the pronunciation of her name? Why is that racial? Blasting her is crazy. Well, what does that have to do with race? And he's running scared from agreeing to debate her? Didn't hear that. Anyway, all right, here we go. Kamala Harris is not the best candidate. She is not the brightest. She is a political, this is written by a woman, by the way. She is not the brightest. She is a political hack, a mediocrity who, like her current boss, found herself the beneficiary of luck and timing rather than grit and intellect. I think that's true of Biden, too. If anything binds Biden and Harris, it's this unfortunate trait. Both seem to know deep down that they're frauds. Well, that's a little strong. That their ambition long ago outstripped their competence. That's true. It's why Biden was given to cringeworthy displays of what he sees as machismo. Real tough guys don't tell you they're tough. Even her ex-lover, Willie Brown, doesn't think Harris has what it takes. Quote, we've got to take this stuff seriously, she said. As seriously as you are, because you have been forced to take this seriously. Oh well, that's boring. I don't want to read that anymore. Let's see. Okay, I don't see any more news. Let's see where any of the stocks traded after the close. Finger was up to 215.95. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right, everybody. Russell, so Lance, how do we play the Russell 2000? What, um, are there calls on the index? I'd like to play the Russell 2000. I think it's going to double. But remember, you don't hold out for the whole move. Just get 40% of the move and then get ready for the downside. I know Lewis is not your name, I think, if I'm talking to the right person. Just send me on the email I gave you, just send me you might have already done it. Just send me how much Lewis, just send me your name, which I think I have, your address, how much you'd like to invest, and your phone number, name, address, email, phone number, and how much you'd like to invest. And they'll send you the documents. It doesn't commit you. You'll get all the information by email. And I'll probably be copied on it so I can confirm it to you. But the company will send it to you. And the documents will be filled out in your name with the data you gave. And I really think, I'm really excited about it, even though I seem totally worn out right now, because I invested in it. It's terrible. One guy said, "Are you bragging?" I wasn't bragging, but it's terrible how much money I invested in the company. Some was in the open market, and I ended up, I think, mostly trading out of it. But most of it was private placements. Anyway, at these prices, you can buy more for, I don't know how to calculate it, but just a little bit of money, you can buy more than I ever got. But I'm so excited about it because I think gold's going much higher. Two, no one knows this company. If they come out and this project works, it could be the largest gold discovery in North America in 60 years. And maybe bigger, bigger anywhere. There is a project up in Alaska that's just as big, but it's so expensive. This is just there. And the cost of processing is reportedly $400 an ounce. So it's hugely profitable. You've got two natural buyers in Nevada, Barrick Gold and Newmont Mining. There's also Franco Nevada there, but it's a great little opportunity. After this closes out, I think it makes sense to own. It happens in oil and gas too, but when you invest in gold or pretty primarily gold, there's not that many silver companies. You start with the, let's call it blue chip ones. They're low price. The first class ones. Then you come down to the secondary, the tertiary. And this one probably is in the category even beyond the tertiary, in the sense nobody knows about it. It has no following other than a lot of wealthy investors. But as Wall Street comes into the resource space, they still aren't interested in gold and silver and platinum. But as they come in, they'll come into Barrick, they'll come into Newmont, they'll come in to maybe Franco Nevada. But then that's the top level. Then they go into the next level, and maybe it's a Lamas Gold or I'm trying to think of some other names. Maybe a Nova Gold, maybe almost certainly they would go into Wheaton Precious Metals. Then they go into the third, which are companies which are smaller, but they're in production and they're not maybe fully followed at all. And then those become roll-ups, those become acquisition candidates. And then you come down to the gold miners who have huge upside, but they're not producing yet. And that's where we are. But once we start producing, we're going to become, I think, a world-class, we're going to be bought out. Let me just read to you from a research report. I already did it once, so it's probably boring. You know what? I can't find it. Let me just see if it's here. Ah, here it is. Is that it? Nope. Here it is. This is, let me go read from the older research report. This was written in 2017, and I know this analyst. I met him for an oil and gas company when he was younger and I was younger. And he's a bit of a, he always goes for stocks that have huge upside, but he's smart and he's consistent. And he's followed the company for a while. But for example, Lewis here, they have to reassay 174 million tons of sand already drilled to determine the extractable grade. Well, here is where they already know they can get 0.038 ounces of gold per ton of sand out by third party. But that they did that, I don't know, a decade ago. So they got to redo that, and that'll be a use of proceeds. But at that basis, you're talking 6 or 7 million ounces of gold. If they drill down 200 feet, they have 174 million tons. They're going to drill for another 100 million tons. So you have 274. So actually they made, it looks like they can do more than that. So they may have 12 million ounces of gold just at the standard technology. Good Lord. It's amazing. Back then he was doing numbers that it was worth $10 to $50 a share. They raised money. I didn't get to participate in it. They raised money, it looks like he's saying at 8 cents. I didn't get a chance to do that. Okay, so right, so it could bring out 0.59 ounces per ton of palladium, which is huge. The recovery of palladium was unexpected and exceptionally high. And it was on top of an early announced gold recovery of 0.20 to 0.265 ounces per ton. I always use 0.20 from hundreds of lab and production scale tests. I'm not focusing on the palladium or the silver, just the 0.20. Here's the part. Preliminary economics may follow. Everything about this report is, it's a different process, but the same concepts apply here 5 years later. There was COVID, there was an earthquake, and, it's the same story. All right, so optimization and maximization of the process results, along with a few successful runs of the pilot plant, will allow the company to provide a determination of project economics. The plan is to produce 35 tons a day through the pilot plant. So they're going to run more than a few. They're going to just keep it in constant production. We had previously heard a figure of $400 an ounce as the cost of recovery. That's still what I hear. And he's using 0.265 as the grade. Oh man, he's saying the cost could get a lot lower. Barrick's cost is around 800, and that's down from 1,200 an ounce. So they're going to have an independent engineering and assay firm re-assay the resource they already have. And then they're going to do a phase 4 drilling program to expand that. I think they'll double or triple their resource. But just assuming they only add 100 million tons, that goes to 274 million tons. It would give a recovery on the higher level here of 165 million ounces of gold. That's still possible, even ignoring the palladium. That's a lot. 165 million ounces of gold. It's just it's mind-boggling. Right now, I'm just looking at the upside, Lewis. I'm not trying to be negative. Okay, so assuming the tons could be assayed for 100 million ounces. All right, so there's going to be more shares out. So it works out to about a quarter of an ounce per share. I'd say less than that. I'd say a fifth of an ounce per share. When I did the calculations, I came up with a much smaller amount, like 1 ounce of gold for every 29 shares. But anyway, it's a lot of gold. When you have proven gold in the ground, according to him, it can trade at $100 an ounce. When you sell the company, you base the valuation on $100 per ounce in the ground. For juniors not yet in production, which would be our case now, but after the pilot plant starts producing, it's quasi in production. The value might be less. It could be $300 an ounce. So the range could go from $20 an ounce in the ground all the way up to $300 an ounce in the ground. So using his numbers, not to confuse you, Louis, but it's still the same basic target. The stock would have a value after the pilot plant of around, and let me just make sure by reading this. I'm going to cut these numbers in half. It would have a value of $5 to $25 a share. And that's conservative. Okay, and then this is what I wanted to read to you, Lewis. This is the sellout. So you could just sell the company, you could joint venture it, or you could produce the gold yourself. This is just the sellout. The company could lead to a sellout to a major. To give some magnitude of the possible upside price, all right, so this is about the same number of shares currently out, but I know after this coming raise, it'll be double. So I've got to make sure it's okay. So I'm going to cut everything in half, but it's just an example. If we value this at $20 an ounce, or maybe what I'm doing is at 100, it's all just an example. The stock would be $10 a share with a market cap of I'm going to say it would be $5 a share with a market cap of $3.5 billion. $3.5 billion. Right now they're raising money at like 16 million. Can you imagine? All right, if we raise the resource to 100, the stock would be worth $25 a share, and the market cap would be 17.5 billion. Given that there's still significant resource potential beyond this huge number, this $17.5 billion market cap is not totally out of the question. Lewis, I'm trying to be conservative, but at the same time, I'm not trying to be negative or doubting at all. I'm just reading what he wrote, trying to accept it as is. So if it's valued at $5 a share, it would be $3.5 billion in market cap. Barrick Gold at that time was trading at 20 billion. And Newmont was trading at 17 billion. If it were valued at $25 a share, it would be 17.5 billion approximately. I'm just trying to give you the theories here. So this company would be valued at 17.5 billion. Barrick at this time, I don't know, I'm not going to look them up. Barrick was 20 billion, Newmont was 17 billion, Goldcorp was 13 billion, Anglo Gold was 5 billion, Kinross was 6 billion. General Motors was 51 billion. Okay, so at 3.5 billion, that might just, Barrick could buy it out. But if the value comes in at 17.5 billion, a consortium of gold producers would probably buy it, 2 or 3. He points out that an automobile manufacturer might buy the company because they need palladium for their catalytic converters. I'm ignoring all that. I'm just ignoring all that. We're just talking about the gold. Okay, assuming a $5 a share or $25 a share takeout, the upside from here is huge. Standing back, the success this year has been spectacular. The project has more than doubled its grade. Well, he's including the palladium. I won't read that to you because I don't want you thinking about the palladium. This will be a game changer, as was the Carlin trend in the 60s. The period of wait is a good time to accumulate this stock. It's now moved from the research and development stage to the development stage. Put another way, stocks often go through an anticipation, letdown, and payoff cycle, with the payoff stage potentially far exceeding the anticipation stage. This company sold at $2.50 a share 15 years ago. Then it went through a prolonged letdown stage, and now it's poised for the payoff stage. Buying time is here. That's what was written 5 years ago. No, That was 6 years ago. This is what is written 5 years ago. I'm not going to read it all to you, Lewis. 2 new processes being developed. That's true. They have 2. And they're no chemicals. That's true. So it's environmentally benign. He gives the results of the tests, and let's see. I remember studying this because I was such an owner. So the hundreds of gold tests came out at 0.232 ounces of gold recovered. And then they have the palladium, which really comes out to 0.55 ounces of gold equivalent. But I just want to ignore the palladium because they're not talking about it now. They still, they still have to prove it, Lewis. They still have to prove it. They have to re-assay the 176 million tons. He keeps changing that. From 32 holes drilled to 200 feet. They're going to go down to 400 feet. They may go down to 600 feet. The 176 million tons of resource can be converted. Once the pilot plant is running, they can come up with a present value of that. But then they're going to try to expand it. Hundreds of tests, large and small, validating the process. Back then, he was saying it would take 6 months to do the further re-assaying. But there was an earthquake and there was the pandemic. This is interesting. So the re-assaying could take a year plus. I don't think it's going to take that long, and it doesn't matter. But here's the key thing. Interim results should come available much sooner. If any of the above hinted results are achieved, the impact on the stock would be immediate. Okay, so let's see if this makes sense. In addition to the sands to 200 feet depth, the layer of brines 430 feet below the surface and the additional 200 feet of sands down to 400 and the possibility of the clays. So you would also add the sands beyond the current area, add the rank of brine, sands down to 400 feet, additional sand area, and clays. Anyway, I'm not going to read through each of those. I'll try to get, all right, here's his, just the sands to 400 feet could be 500 million tons. 500 million tons. And if they also drilled the full 2.5 square miles down to 400 feet. Lewis, this just gets astonishing. There could be 1 billion tons of resource, 1 billion tons of resource. So that would work out with success to 200 million ounces of gold. I mean, you read this and you wonder if you're sane. That's what it is. And they already drilled 2 holes down to 400 feet, so they know what's there. Also, when the earthquake came, the whole caldera shook and like a bowl of jelly, but they were able to tell that the whole sands are there all the way down. So it's pretty exciting. They can't produce that much gold in your lifetime. So, all right, here's a negative. As you drill downward further, not what they already know they have, you might have slightly different particle size, but you don't know until you do it. Extending to 400 feet, you might have to recalibrate the process. That's fine. Well, then, Lewis, there's more sands. There's more sands. It's they could double that even further. So the thing is, there's not going to be a problem with the resource. There's just not going to be a problem with the resource. They did let some of their leases go, which had lithium, and the name of the company is here. I'll look that up. It was trading for 43 cents, but apparently that lithium recovery didn't work out that well. So it turns out it was okay. They let those leases go, maybe, but it was just too expensive to keep everything. I'm going to skip the clays. I'm going to skip the brine. Those are all okay. Stock valuation. Okay, at the time he was saying 5 cents. I guess that's where the stock was trading. He didn't give a target price. He didn't give a target price in this one. He just said it's a buy. Anyway, Lewis, that's a little bit of a going down an avenue. My summary of it is, my opinion is, I'm highly confident that the process works, but we won't know for sure until they do it. But then the other risk is, what if they don't raise all the financing? Well, it's the financing has been raised, and it's by a geophysicist and a group of high net worth people that know the business. So that's a lot of confirmation for me, and I'm excited to be in it. And I look forward to talking about that a little bit better. You are that person. You are that person. Money from the Mag 7s is moving to the Russell. How can you play the Russell on the upside? When I used to be in an office, I could go around asking people. If you sent it before, then that's all I need. I probably already sent it forward. My guess is it's in your spam, but I'll get that done tonight. Nico, I happen to agree you might have a point. You might have a point. But we have to start from where we are. Nico, I'm starting to believe, and I'm trying to process information and experience, but I'm starting to believe retail can't make anything happen. And it's just a matter of chance that perhaps AME, AMC, GME did move because it was unpredictable. But I think it was institutional. But anyway, in DBMM, the problem is they're seller boxed. And I think it's very hard to get out of being seller boxed. Hey, Mark, I'm about to sign off. I'm going to go walk Lucky Boy. Be- because I'm tired. I'm worn out. I don't know how to make these calls more productive. I really think it's time to try to create something and build something. Maybe it's GTII, but I really think we have to put our efforts into creating something that makes money for people without greed and without taking money from the Wall Street crooks, but maybe trying to work with the system as it is, with a focus on um, wealth. And I really think what's coming, and it's why I'm so under stress sometimes. And this is something I've said for probably 20 years. And I'm surprised it's taken this long. And it won't go up right away. In fact, if the world has a hard landing, but then war is very unpredictable. If we have a war, our life might be over in 3 days. But CNN tells us Putin's a bad guy. Netanyahu's a great guy. Xi wants Taiwan. So we're going to go to nuclear war. And if we have a history will record that we were right. But it'll be just like Shelley. It'll be just like Shelley. I met a traveler from an antique land who said, quote, two vast and trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command tell that its sculptor well those passions read, which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things, the hand that mocked them and the heart that fed. And on the pedestal, these words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look on my works, ye mighty, and despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of that colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. But we'll be right. I think Finger's looking good. And probably, I'll finish on that. Probably when I get cautious is probably a sign that it's about to go up. So anyway, I'm going to wish everyone peace, love, and happiness. If Jennifer's still there, thank you for joining. If KYP is there, I hope everything in her life is good and there's no family arguments anywhere separating KYPs from other KYPs. And if you think of it, because I keep asking because I think it's important, if you can pray for Jenny Young and pray that God works his wonder and gives her strength and healing and recovery. Anyway, I'm going to sign out. And I'll say a prayer for that young football player that died at age 20. His life was ahead of him. Anyway, peace to everyone. Catch you on the flip side.